Markets is Lori Calvasina. She is RBC Capital Markets head of U.S. Equity Strategy Research. We're already looking at 2026. Things have been pretty great this year for the markets, even though it was kind of a scary ride up. You had the April situation with the tariffs that spooked everybody, and it's been kind of a fought upside battle since then.
Right, it's been a roller coaster. I mean, and while roller coasters can often be fun for some people, not for me, frankly, you don't necessarily feel great when you're sort of sitting at the top of the next hill. And it's interesting.
Is that where you think we are right now?
I think we're going to have a good year. I mean, frankly, this 5% drawdown we had in the a month or so ago, I wish it had been a little bit more just to get a little bit more of the froth out. There's still a lot of angst out there.
Good morning, everybody. This is Best Spy live trading. Today is December 17th, 2025. Today is
so we've got a 12-month price target on the S&P of
previous all-time high breakout point day.
At the time we put that out right around Thanksgiving, I think December 1st we put it out, it was a 14% gain, right? So we've rallied back. That return has come down a bit. But as I talk to people, I keep saying, look, we could still have some indigestion, even getting a 5 to 10%
very
drawdown
important
at some
to mark
point
four
next
different
year.
levels today, which is 681.3, 679, 680, and 678, which is the pre-market algo ranges as well as the previous day 4 p.m. and
well, that's what I was going to say.
9:30 open.
Just
So quick legal disclaimer.
Please
consult your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions.
So the bottom-up consensus, which frankly I think is the best way to do it, because I think you have to do this work stock by stock. Macro-wise, we can't tell you what's going to happen in tech margins or biotech margins.
Good morning, everybody. Time is 9:26.
And the reality is 13% earnings growth is not that heroic.
Good morning, Tyler.
A 14%
Gaurav,
return
Scott,
right on top
Zach,
of that.
Oscar,
That's
Harry,
actually telling
Laz,
you there's
Tyler,
not going to be a lot of multiple expansions,
Lewis.
right? That we're going to
morning,
really be queuing off
everybody in the
this earnings
YouTube chat or in
environment.
the WhatsApp
And
group.
we're still seeing some good numbers. If you look at the rates of upward revisions, they're not as strong as they were over the summer.
Good
but
morning,
we're still
Chris.
Some
Good
healthy
morning,
moves
Shakima,
there.
Kevin,
And what's
Ethan,
really interesting
Brian,
about
Harry.
there's so
Good
much
morning,
angst
Edison.
on this AI trade.
Good morning, B.
But
Turner.
people are
and,
saying, I want to look at cheap sectors. I want to look at where AI can enhance productivity down the road. So let's maybe talk about things like healthcare.
This is very important.
So people are nervous. They're in risk management mode.
Previous day all-time high breakout points on
the
QQQ.
AI returns
Whatever happens
for
today
all of these other sectors
on IWM and Tesla
in
will determine what happens with this breakout.
I think that we are still
Bounce
very
or
early
hook
days. I
happening
was
from the
pleasantly
wedge that we were
surprised
in
towards the end
on
of
the
this last reporting
QQQ,
season that I was
SPY,
actually seeing a few companies
IWM,
in the
everything.
consumer space actually put out some hard
IWM is
numbers
testing the bottom of the
say,
purple box
we had this
today as
fulfillment
well.
Center. We used AI
see
on
what
that.
happens
We
there.
increased productivity by 30%. Again, very early days, but at least we're starting to
Good
get
morning,
some tangible
William.
pointers.
Good morning, Mel's. Good morning,
which consumer
Anita.
companies
Good
were the
morning,
ones that kind of jumped out
Francisco.
with that?
Good morning,
I can't-
everybody.
I can't get into individual companies, but it was
Brandon.
more on sort of the retail side.
Looks like market
And
wants
what
to
was
test the bottom of the
interesting is that
algo
my
range
team and
right
I,
at
we
market
read
open.
transcripts really, really
I'm going to be a
closely,
little
and as
bit
we've gone
patient
back
here
over
on
the
SPY.
past years,
I am
we've seen
in
things like
a bunch of
a
contracts,
chatbot, right,
a
from like
huge
a
amount of
travel
contracts
company.
into Tesla. So
things that frankly felt a little bit underwhelming to us.
Yeah.
As we looked kind of in the middle of the year, we felt like business
Tesla wants to
services type
fill the 4
companies,
p.m. gap
that really
at market
had kind
open.
of deep roots in the tech space were giving us some tangible examples, even if they weren't giving.
She's saying that the market will have a good year, but there will be some angst. We also have some videos from the Fed Governor Chris Waller here. We will watch
Throw it
that
as hard as you want. Go
low
on.
volume.
Watching it zip away feels like it might just keep going, right?
Chairman, no, Governor.
Just call me Chris.
Chris, okay, Chris. Let me start with the
QQQ bearish in the
jobs data
15-minute
we got
MACD.
yesterday, which
Yes,
I think is,
trying to test the
people are wondering
previous
how,
all-time high breakout
the
point
Federal
on
Reserve
the
is
ES.
processing and how you're
Listen to what I'm saying. On the
processing
ES,
this data
it does
here.
not
We had
align on
a ticker
SPY
to
for
the
some
unemployment
reason.
rate at 4.6%.
That's something important to realize. SPY all-time high
Return to job
previous
growth
is
in November after
674.
job losses in October.
So
what's the state
something
of the labor
has
market in your
pushed the
opinion?
numerical value of SPY
Earlier
higher.
This summer, when the
I
jobs
believe
numbers
it's
were
something
looking
with
very
the contract
good,
switcher
I had a
IWM.
lot of
So we'll see.
anecdotal evidence
Yes
talking
is
to
at the
CEOs
previous
around the
all-time
country
high
and other
breakout point.
sources
So
of soft data that
time
told me
is
the labor market wasn't doing that well.
9:30. Good morning, everybody.
People were kind of like, what's he
Tesla
talking about?
is testing.
And then the August 1st, the July jobs report came out, and everything was revised down pretty dramatically. And so we've now come around to this view that the labor market is very soft. The jobs numbers are around 50 to 60,000 the last couple months on average. We know that that's too high, and those are more likely to get revised down.
Fill the gap,
When we
Tesla.
get the
Fill the gap, 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 gap filled.
board staff is estimating take off another 50 or 60,000 jobs. So we're close to zero job growth. Now that's not a healthy labor market. Now we expect that to kind of come back in 2026 due to a lot of tariff uncertainty going away. Our rate cuts have helped try to soften things up going forward. That was a whole point of doing these preemptive rate cuts that we started in September.
Market testing.
And then also a lot of the fiscal bill
Top
from
of the downward trend
will probably have some impact, and then we'll see if the AI stuff really starts kicking in with serious measurable productivity. So 2026 could turn out to be a better year in terms of that. Now, whether that pulls the labor
pushing
market
south, that market
along
open
with
time
it,
is 9:30. Market open.
But right now, my focus as a governor has just been to focus on the labor market. Inflation, I'm not particularly worried about. I know it's above target, but I believe it's coming. It'll start coming down the next few 3 to 4 months. And so the critical thing for me is the employment leg of our dual mandate, and then inflation will come back down. And we see that when you look at market pricing, inflation expectations, tips, and things like this. It's pretty well anchored around
S&P 500 rebounds
Chris,
after
if you're
a 3-day slide.
Does that mean you're behind the curve?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Bouncing at 9:30 with bears trapped. There's hella bears trapped at that market open now. Now market is deciding
when I go around and talk to
Direction
CEOs
is
around
not
the
trying
country,
to.
Everybody's telling me, look, we're not hiring because we're waiting to try to figure out what happens with AI. What jobs can we replace, what jobs we don't.
Now we have something going on here.
Stall in hiring
Previous
could be just
all-time high
temporary.
breakout
For a while, people are like, nah, we still need these people to do this or that, or they don't.
RWM flipped it up
we
crazy.
don't quite know yet what the AI impact is going to be on the labor market. But I think we got started cutting in September. I think those cuts will come in as we go forward in the next year.
For the record, you wanted to cut in
July.
I wanted to cut in July, yes. I felt like it was needed. That was before we got the job.
I want Tesla to go down and the market to go up.
Again, people thought I was nuts, but the data came in and said, look, that guy was right.
I want to go back to the same question, though. If you're already doing a goose egg on jobs,
we're opening at yesterday's
and is further stimulus needed now?
Well, I personally, I don't speak for the committee, but I personally think, because I don't think inflation's going to...
We're using this pre-market spike as some sort of algo range, looks like, going on. 679.63.
Take off again in 26. If anything, the tariff effects, whatever they may be, those will start coming off
being
as
used as some sort of
effect. So we're not going
target for them to push from pre-market into 9:30. I don't know, morning cycles are just creating.
Under control.
Good morning, everybody.
Inflation expectations are anchored. Standard central bank wisdom is you look through one-off price effects like a tariff would be if it has inflation effects. Then the labor market's telling me we should continue cutting the rates. And that's kind of my view about things.
And the journalist central bank reporter handbook says to ask
strong.
the governor, how much should you cut
Tesla,
rates?
new all-time highs in
we're not
intraday.
seeing a dramatic decline of the labor market going off a cliff.
Right.
It's just kind of just continuing to just soften and soften.
Wow, that's
so we can go at
crazy.
a moderate pace. I don't think we have to do anything dramatic.
Time is 9:35
If you have to
now.
do something dramatic, it's too late usually. You've
Wind
waited
direction is
too long.
crazy north on Tesla showing.
If you live in a New Jersey zip code and have 0 DUIs in the last 5 years,
literally, dumb ad, man. Wow, Tesla is flying. This shit is insane spiked. That shit is insane spiked. Another 7-8% up. It's almost trash now, 680s. I mean 480s, that's fucking crazy. Into Friday. That's how fast it is, and that's how strong it just moved. Wow, wow, wow. If they don't reject here on Tesla, I mean, this is bad. I ain't gonna lie, but this is holy crap. 496. 495.11. Now the next important thing is how this IWM does on this purple box, basically. QQQ pulling back, SPY trying, but Things are not bearish, not bullish. It's just using this algo range to create a cycle and create liquidity. Morning cycles are way too dangerous. We have a roof and a floor at 9:30 and we're playing inside that algo range. And we have a pre-market low and a high and we're playing inside that algo range too. So not the greatest. Things are Let's see if they break this 9:30 floor that easily or not. I am not going in. Wow, they're actually going fast as shit. Alright, FOMO, they might break that shit real fucking quick, but I'm waiting for Tesla here because I am in Tesla heavy. I'm not gonna fuck around. I just wanna wait patiently. Tesla is spiking up above the downward trend line. QQQ is going dirty dumping. 4 p.m. gap filled. We need to look at this at the higher time frame. Wind direction is south right now and they're going lower. This is 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 bearish now. Time is 9:35. Right, wind direction is south. So fast. Wind direction is south. I did not chase a minute ago. Fuck that. I'm just gonna wait. I am in Tesla. So they squeezed me crazy on Tesla. I won't lie. Now we're back at 490. Crazy. I don't know. The market keeps going going down, and Tesla's not moving. So that's weird. Gap filled on QQQ. IWM still hovering. Time is 9:40. So the 9:40 candle is deciding whether to break the low of the 9:35 with no cycle confirmation here with the huge candles. There could be a trap coming up as well. This is the 3/3, so market is so bearish since FOMC looks like not so bearish, but like every single time we try to pop, drop, pop, drop, pop, drop, at least reject a little bit. So since FOMC, right, if you look at QQQ, FOMC actually is literally the day, Wednesday. But SPY, if you look at SPY, it says Thursday or something, or Friday, or it says Thursday because IWM rallied. So there was a divergence, but FOMC did mark a top on QQQ, the technologies, which is very strong. Right, what do we mark on QQQ, right? That there's literally news going on, things going on, AVGO, Google, Meta inside of it, Oracle, and Tesla, right? So look at this shit, right? Previous all-time high day today is breakout point, and they're destroying bulls hope, calls hope on it yet again at market open to the downward trend line, and they're figuring things out. That's all it is. Tesla is still up there. That's all it is. So it's not really bearish, but it's just not bullish yet. If that makes sense. Good morning. Does that make sense? It's like just hovering and waiting, right? It's just, it looked like a pop, it looked like a hook up, and then it looked like a hook down, and it actually is a hook down. So it's a hook up and a hook down at the same time, trapping everybody's psychology, confusing people. But there's higher things going on, which is the purple box on the IWM. Whoa, sorry about my chart. Yes, downward trend line, right? QQQ. Downward trend line's way down there, so that's all it is. Maybe downward trend line touched, we'll see. All right, let's see on the higher time frame if that aligns. That probably does align. I probably should have changed that, but I mean, I'm not going to change. I should probably change it now. I don't want to be biased, so I changed it on the ES, I believe. I did not on QQQ. That does not mean bearish. That just means it was bearish. So time is 9:40. This is the 3/3. Let's see if they want to go lower here. They want to go lower here into 9:40 at the minimum. So this is 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Because they trap people in the morning. And now let's see if they trap people at the floor. And Tesla is trapping bears still showing. QQQ is going below previous all-time high breakout points. So let's see what happens with this too. right? What were we doing yesterday, right? They were playing with a downward trend line. So today they play with a downward trend line. QQQ is going lower. SPY is getting dragged down here. IWM is not going. That's something important to realize too. SPY and QQQ is going off morning open. IWM says, not yet, but we'll see, man. Wind direction is full on south right now. We just lost $2 basically. Not full on south, but like it was off of 9:30 into 9:40, which is 10 minutes. So 9:30 into 9:40. Let's just call it for what it is. 10 minutes wind direction is south off the algo range. They broke the algo range at when? 9:32. So 10 minutes, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 forming. Let's see what happens. IWM is bouncing here. Right, there could be a bear trap. There could be a cycle that happens off the floor here real quick. I'm not going to speculate on it, but I'm just going to see what happens. Right, maybe there might be like 3 more, 5 more minutes for a candle to go up, down, and then break up this high or break down the low and create a cycle, and then it'll be safe or not. But right now, this is just candle wars. So I don't really care about candles. I care about setup. I'm trying to wait. QQQ, higher time frame, 15-minute is bearish. We're chopping at the highs. Look at the 15-minute MACD, it's super bearish right now. We're chopping at this top of the trend line. The bears are in full control here. Bears are in full control. This is the 3/3, it's bearish as fuck. I'm chasing this shit though. I'm in for 2.5K. Holy shit. This is the 3/3. 9:45 is here in 33 seconds. I just need one more candle switching to 9:45. Tesla is deciding what to do at 9:40. Bears are still there, I think. This is the 9:45 candle, and one of these candles I think is going to make a bounce real quick at the floor. 9:40. 9:40 bouncing into 9:45. Trying. 9:45 is one candle bounce trying. It's nasty as fuck. No bounce trying yet. IWM is now rejecting. It's bearish still. IWM is now rejecting. IWM is now rejecting. Why? To the downward trend line that it was in. QQQ still bearish. No confirmation long still. Still wind direction is south in the 3/3. Prices may go lower, but there may be a trap coming soon. In the 3/3, wind direction is full on south. Time is 9:45. Fuck. What the fuck is this shit on Tesla, man? Going back up. Damn, I'm fucking trapped. And I'm not getting shit off this. Contracts are not. Like, on that spike down, I was literally fucking break even. Like, what the fuck? Or almost. Like, what? Like, barely in profit. Like, what the fuck? Big whales moving here. They need to do something fucking huge for anything to fucking pay out, I guess. It's fucking huge. I mean, it's not full on bearish, but it's not full on bullish. Like, it's like bearish. Candles are just crap. $9.45 floor now. Now it's bearish. Come on, candle is fucking humongous. Come on, what the fuck is this? They want to drain this shit down or what? $2 more or what? Whoa! Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. $2 more fucking dollars or what? Real fucking quick? Alright, I'm out. $2,750. I'm taking $300 real quick. Oh my god, that's crazy. Wow, what the fuck? Now it's going. God damn. Alright, Tesla's going too. Damn. SPX fucking went flying as soon as I left too, but I don't give a shit. Like $100 to $200 more. I don't give a fuck. That is beautiful. Oh my god. I wanted that shit in this candle, but like that was terrifying. Oh my lord. Cute. Downward trend line we are in. IWM. Holding the bottom of the purple box. I think today, guys, is very important to realize it is previous all-time high breakout point, right? A lot of retail traders, a lot of amateurs, a lot of people that don't care about the reality, people that fake scam, whatever the fuck they do, they don't care about like setup and like real things that exist in the real world. So this is what we shared in the WhatsApp group in the pre-market. Everybody, just realize, right? I literally sent this algo range at when 9:20, and I was like, hey, we gotta watch right now, right? And everything. So I sent this picture to the previous all-time high breakout point, and I sent this picture to ES. Where's the ES? The previous all-time high breakout point. That's the ES. And QQQ. Previous all-time high breakout point. So amazing. Time is 9:50. There could be a bounce at 9:45. Why they shredded $4 or $2 on SPY? That's $4 on QQQ. So I don't know why the fuck Tesla is holding, but this shit is holding. Tesla is holding. QQQ is dropping. Like, that's kind of nuts, right? We called out what? The 15-minute, right? The realist watchers remember I said the 15-minute on the ES and QQQ is bearish at 9:35 or 9:40-ish. So time is now 9:50. 9:45 bounced at 9:46 a.m. into 9:50. Time is now 9:48. The fate is now up to the cycles and the time to confirm what to do. But the 3/3 it got extended crazy low. They might extend it way lower and bear trap while extending it. But look at this: 1/3, 2/3, and that is the 3/3. Right? The 3/3 prices can go lower. They may go even wilder. But honestly, I'm in Tesla right now, so I watch and spy in QQQ. I let them be, because why? 0 DTs, no joke, right? 1 DT, 2 DT maybe, but 0 DT, no joke. 0 DT means I need momentum, I need setup, and the momentum and the setup says goddamn bearish right now, and it's going from pre-market. Wow, from 7:30 in the morning, pushing into 10 a.m. IWM is now trying to go lower from trying to look at the spike up at 9:30 into when 9:30 and 9:30 spike, and they're playing. Okay, this is not bearish now. The candle is bounce trying. There is a lot of bears down there. So at the last single candle of trying to break it, bounce trying, I wouldn't call that a bounce confirmation. I would just say I would have to wait for another 5 minutes here. Tesla is in the hands of the fate. The hands are in the fate. You know what I'm saying? The fate in the hands of the market on Tesla right now. Tesla is in the hands of the fate of the market, man. This shit is. QQQ bounce, SPY bounce. IWM, I think, leading right now. So we'll see what happens. ES did not lose the downward trend of the top. That's what's going on, I think, right now. QQQ trying to regain the downward trend of the top. IWM holding the purple box. That is why. If IWM is not holding the purple box, things will be not different. Things will be different. But there is an algo range at 9:30. Morning open. And 9:30 here. And they're about to play here at the bottom of the purple box. They, as in the market about to decide what to do. Using these algo ranges into the rest of the day. Or small cycle into the next. Bulls are trying right now off the IWM push and other things, I guess. IWM is pushing hard. Look at the MACD bullish on IWM. SPY is being oversold, being brought back. QQQ still bearish as fuck. QQQ is the one that dropped $4 here, so unless it regains the trend line, I wouldn't call it bullish. I would just call it they're fighting. Giving bulls hope, giving bears hope. Everybody's trapped now. Trapped at 9:30, trapped at 9:35, and they are almost at the midpoint or something. Fibonacci looks like 0.5 Fibonacci. And that shit's no joke. No confidence or no coincidence either. The market is just deciding, showing confidence for both sides, I guess, is what you would call it. Jim Cramer on Apple. Ew. Ew.
They said.
You gotta watch it. It's Mr. Cramer. Respects. Man.
Straight time now for a mad dash. Of course, 7 minutes before we get started with trading here at the New York Stock Exchange. Let's talk a bit about Apple.
Right. Okay. Refreshing. Two pieces. One by Morgan Stanley. The
other
by Ben Rice at Melius. Talking about. Well, here's one. The price target too low. That's Morgan
Pull
Stanley.
back up, try
taking that up to
regain the previous all-time high or chop here. Look at the 15-minute MACD.
But the most
bearish
important,
off the open
Melius, which just says, listen, you want to fade the AI?
9:45. So time is coming.
Remember, Apple doesn't play any of these games. By the way, they have the best balance sheet I've ever seen, and they also have unbelievably fantastic CFO, as they did previously. They don't play this stuff. They just deliver
pivot
great
point
numbers.
trading
And
basically at the floor. Things aren't dangerous here.
I still believe this is the one that's the beneficiary. Right. You know, I think that when you look at all these different ones,
smart money pros are just waiting here, basically. Waiting for the cycles to clear out. For confusion to clear out after the floor.
The Grok and then a Perplexity. I don't know how you feel about the Anthropic.
Why? There's so many bulls and bears trapped.
The Gemini 3. Well, what I'm thinking is
we're going to send the SPX put to call ratio.
The only way you can distinguish yourself is you write Apple a check for the 1.5 billion people who use their phones.
I'm going to draw that low today and the high today real quick.
And someone better be de facto. I think it's going to be Gemini because right now Google hasn't made a wrong move in a year.
Yeah, no, Google obviously, and has been the beneficiary in the stock market as
Tesla.
well, Jim.
Oh, by the way, they don't play the.
But that said, so instead of many who are saying they have no AI strategy,
market showing weakness, and Tesla showing strength.
David, let me tell you something. The trading desk.
Tesla's like the name, I guess, to hold the market. Fucking market just goes weak and it doesn't give a fuck.
They never spent $100 billion.
No, series like in the dark ages.
Is that shit gonna change or no? I have no fucking clue. But they're cycling now at the floor. Let's see what happens here. This is the previous day, 9:30 open for the 4 p.m. close.
All right,
this is the previous day, 4 p.m. close.
Be better than this year? 2026 going to be better for
basically, a chop is to be expected, a cycle is to be expected, is what I'm trying to say. We're at the previous day, 4 p.m. close. It's like a magnet, so let's see where the POC here as well. Whoa, sorry about that. Look at yesterday's close. Man, this shit is bearish as hell. They're burning everybody. You can't lie. This shit is actually burning everybody. They made it look bullish on the morning pop, and they're going low as fuck. Like, what the shit? Oh my god, man. Look, why? Because retail traders aren't looking at this previous all-time high breakout point. Retail traders aren't looking at this previous all-time high breakout point, right? And I literally sent in the WhatsApp group, this shit is very important. The previous all-time high breakout point in QQQ is bearish here. So they're burning everyone today. They're going lower, man. This shit is crazy. They're going lower. They're burning all bulls. This shit is insanity. This is like the 4th fucking day in a row. Oh my god. I don't know what Tesla's squeezing clearly, but yeah, market is burning every single time it bounces right back down into the downward trend line. Anything outside this downward trend line is not fucking safe, since FOMC looks like market charts saying. That's what I'm trying to say. This shit is. Look at the SPX just going straight back down into. This is not. There's some sort of trend line. Some sort of trend line. All those bullish, look at all that bullish MACD, and let's see what happens with it. Chop, 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 but let's see what happens. I could see some sort of bounce, maybe short term, medium term, later, or now, I don't know. But long term, medium term, and I don't know what that means, long term, medium term, whether it means this Friday, end of this week, or, next week, Monday, or next, week, Friday. I don't know, next week, Wednesday. It just does not look. They're not making it look the safest right now. They're definitely not making it look the safest right now. So maybe a chop here, maybe a bounce here, and then test, but it's just looking crazy right now. I ain't gonna lie. The cycle confirmations are all saying it's just the most dangerous things they could do since FOMC's 4. I mean, I could already imagine the things that are about to be happening on Reddit is what I'm trying to say, because this is the same shit that happened last time, and people were like, "What just happened?" And like, yeah, it's just literally just nasty work. But then there's a lot of bears here too, so it's crazy. Like, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4 days in a row, and they showed hella bearish into yesterday, and then they popped it off into market close from. It was like some sort of downward trend too, touch. Wow. Oh man. Oil is bouncing apparently from being dropped off crazy off some Venezuelan news. Wow, this guy's saving.
Me now here on set, our man of the hour, Kenny Polcari, partner, chief market strategist, Slatestone Wealth. Love when you're here in person. Great to see you. I love to be here. Tell me your thoughts. We went through some of the numbers on non-farm payrolls. What stood out to you? What was important?
So there were two things, right? Because it's kind of a mixed report. We had better job growth than we expected, and certainly in contrast to the ADP number last week that showed negative job growth or job losses. That was a surprise to the upside. But then we saw unemployment tick up, which, by the way, shouldn't really surprise a lot of people. Remember, we've gone a couple of months without this report, and so we've been kind of flying blind. But we've seen the announcements of these layoffs. We've been talking about unemployment ticking up, and so in fact it did tick up to 4.6%. Now, while that's not necessarily a positive, we're still very much in that range of almost full employment, right? We'd start to get nervous if we hit 5%, a 5 handle, then it starts to get maybe a little bit more antsy. But 4.6%, I'm not surprised that we hit it.
I'm not gonna lie, the 3 minutes.
I think what will happen is that all the pundits that are calling for more rate cuts are going to use that number as their focus, as demanding why we need more rate cuts. By the way,
we have no idea where it's going to go in IWM.
And also, I mean, a lot of those jobs, we've also seen a lot of losses in government, right?
Yes.
Shrinking of the government jobs. Okay.
Right. So we knew that. That's what I mean.
Right.
So
that's part of the range breakout. Administration. What do we think about right now? Rates at 417.
Going to VWAM. That is insane power. Look at the IWM leading. The IWM rejection crazy. No, I'm kidding. There's no confirmation rejection here, by the way.
I think you have to get worried, or you start to have to get nervous if the 10-year ticks to 4.5, which we're nowhere near, or the 30-year ticks to 5%. Again, we're nowhere near.
Now there's a fuck to the bear strap.
I think the path of least resistance is rates a little bit higher.
I'm not playing any of this shit. I'm trapped on
because I
fucking
think what the
Tesla
bond
here,
market is telling you, it's much more concerned about inflation.
I'm just waiting, honestly.
And also, more than half of the the Federal Open Market Committee is still one cut or less.
Maybe they about to go fucking 500. I don't know. I really don't think this shit about
There were 3 or 4 of them that think where we are is neutral. I think it's neutral.
Bullish.
I didn't think we should have made the cut we made last week, but we did.
Today,
yeah, I was in the camp that we should have held steady, but I didn't vote.
I don't know how the market about to fucking go.
Because they were really
correct. They had prepared it for that cut, so in fact they almost were forced into cutting because they had prepared the market for the cut.
I was noting this morning how oil's at $55. What do you think of that? I mentioned obviously the Ukraine deal has been moving forward, and I love hearing that. You don't want to have depth every day. So that also has been sort of causing some concerns about oil. What do you think about oil at 55? What does that mean?
Well, listen, it's part of the story, right? We know there's a glut. We know that the glut is going to go into 2026, so it's not necessarily a surprise. I've been talking about oil going and testing 55 now for a couple of months, and in fact, here we are. I think it finds
that's the most important thing to realize.
I don't think it's going to go much below 55.
Candle traders are gone. 10 or 15
I think what's
of
going
them.
to happen is that OPEC, I think, is going to start to increase production any more than they have. And if we start to see oil really come under pressure,
candle traders are
right?
Done.
Remember, the U.S. is pumping oil
every
at record rates. We've once again become a swing producer.
There's just liquidity going up or down. So trust that.
And I think it represents a floor. And by the way, gas prices are coming down. That's good for the consumer. It's going to be good for manufacturing, lower energy costs, good for transportation, lower transportation costs, and so that should start to move through the system. But remember, everyone's screaming and yelling about affordability.
Cycles are just building.
Unless we have a recession in this country,
there's some algo ranges that I haven't drawn clearly.
If you want them to come down, then they got to force this country into a recession, which I don't think anyone.
I guess there's an algo range here we can draw.
I mean, look, also, as oil and energy comes down, at least at the pump for regular folks, that's a tax cut.
That's a tax cut.
There's an algo range.
That's pretty much a tax cut.
And they're going to get a tax cut now.
Lazy,
they're
I
going to
guess.
get big tax rebate starting in 2026. That's a positive.
Sorry.
So you have a lot of names here in your notes, from Broadcom to Oracle to CoreWeave. Why are we looking at those names, and what are they telling you?
So those names have been under pressure. They're down fairly significantly. I mean, double digits in actually bear market territory, because they're down. Some of them down 40%, 50%. That's really the picks and shovels. That's kind of the infrastructure part of this whole AI boom. And all that's telling us is that I think investors are getting a little bit concerned that maybe we're ahead of ourselves, which, again, shouldn't be a surprise because we've been talking about that. I don't think it suggests we're in a bubble at all. I think it just suggests that
some sort of algo range
maybe we're a little bit
here.
too far ahead of
can't draw it
ourselves, ahead of the
specifically
skis,
on SPY,
and they
so I don't
want
want
to
to
pull
draw
it back
it.
a little bit, and I think that's perfectly fine. I think it's actually healthy because some of those names had really gotten taken, they got taken up because of the frenzy.
And then when do you buy those kinds of names?
So
those Mag 7 names.
Well, I would buy any of the Mag 7 names on a pullback. We own them, so I'm participating. If they go higher, we own them. But those names I would buy if they're down 20% or they're sitting on their trend line, their long-term trend line. And if you look, the last pullback, I think it was Nvidia, I don't have it right in front of me now, but Nvidia did just that. It came right down, sat right on its trend line, and then it has bounced since. And so that's what I use in terms of kind of discipline, right? I'll look for the names. Something they say, oh my God,
used as a
down
magnet
3%
right
today.
now.
Okay, great. 3% to me is not a pullback. It's not a pullback. So I have to look at the charts, I'll look at the trend line, I look at kind of what the broader market action is. But for the most part, for me, if one of those names, any name, quite honestly, that I use to invest, whether it's tech or anything else, if it backs off 20% and comes down and sits on the trend line and holds there, that to me is a signal to buy it.
And those names like Broadcom, Oracle, CoreWeave, do you buy any of those as they're beaten down or no?
So yes, I want to buy some of those, but look, they're all below their trend lines, right? So they've broken through their
nothing's
trend
real
line.
here unless it really breaks out or breaks down on the 5 or 15 minute.
I want to just kind of see how the market flushes out. Where do they think it's going to go? Because you could actually see, you get another negative headline, you're going to see a push lower again. So because they've already broken their trend line, I'm going to let them run, let them go a little bit and wait. I tend to, I'm not going to miss the move. If they start to stabilize and move higher, that's fine. They're down double digits in bear market territory.
I know you we're going to get to Merck and small and caps, some of the trends that you're watching, but the manufacturing
direction isn't clear yet. It's setting up. I don't want to say bearish.
So it's actually the manufacturing numbers. We're not a manufacturing economy. economy. We're a services economy. So it's actually the services PMI that I pay more attention to.
It was bullish.
Because we're a 75% services economy. And the services PMI remains in expansionary territory. And actually, I think the manufacturing PMI also just came in expansionary territory.
I don't give a fuck about no hoping. I don't give a fuck about no candle trading. I don't give a fuck about no bullshit. This is reality. Reality says market gives no fucks about no dumbass bullshit. Market gives no fucks about no hope. Market just cares about reality.
69.20 was the most recent high. We've tried it a couple of times. We've kissed it and backed off. We've been unable to push up and through. And that again happened last week. We tested, I think we 69.20, 69.15-ish. But here's the deal. If we bounce off, if we back off and test the trend line, the short-term trend line on the S&P, which I think we're going to, and we bounce off and we start to move higher. If we get to 69.20, then what's going to happen if we push up and through it? The algos will go immediately into buy mode, and what they'll do is just push it to 7,000 before the end of the year. Why? Because it's another millennium mark, and it's a big round number, and they'd love to be able to see 7,000 by the time this year's over, and we've only got a handful of trading days left.
So you have two stock picks, or at least two trends. Merck you like, and you also like small and mid caps.
Right. So Merck I like because it's a healthcare name that had been underperforming. If you look at it now, the whole sector had been underperforming. It has since raised its head over the last couple of months.
Well, they could be like,
Merck was
look
a real
at that.
underperformer, and it built a long base, and now it started to tick up. It broke up and through the trend lines, and now it's starting to break out. It's a good dividend payer. It's a big mega cap name in the space that they're in. So if you're looking for healthcare kind of old line, big mega cap names, I think Merck is a play. I also, I like Merck for what it does in terms of its medicines and its therapies. And so that's one name that I like in the large cap kind of healthcare space. And I like healthcare going into the new year. Right, so it's going to be a space
Pfizer,
that,
by the way, is up 0.5% after its numbers.
That's
today.
Right, and so it's a space I think that you should start to pay attention to. For a lot of people, most of the year it was dead money because they didn't do anything else. It was actually negative on the year. It is now up, I think, about 11 or 12% in just the last couple of months.
Mid caps, you had some thoughts there.
So I like the small mid caps going into 2026 broadly, but there's a name there that I like. It's in the tech space. It's actually in the quantum space. IONQ, Ionic. Now it's been under a little bit of pressure, but I like it.
Yeah,
all right, we gotta do a poll right now.
Everybody do a poll. It's a mid-cap name, right? It's not
this is about a fly. This is about a reject. This is a personal opinion.
It's very important because it's in the quantum space, and I think quantum is going to be that next theme in AI as we move into 2026. And if you want to make a bet on a name, I think IONQ is the name that I would bet on. But you can also play it, the quantum ETF, the QTUM, which will give you broad exposure to kind of a bunch of those names.
Sure, yeah, it's true. Looking at that QTUM, if you want to not have one name in the group. Kenny Pulcari.
Always a pleasure. Merry Christmas to you. Happy New Year. I'll see you.
This is flying, rejecting, chopping.
Kenny Pulcari at Sleepstone Wealth. Thank you for being here in person.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all very much for being here. Everyone please hit the like button on the live stream. Market is rejecting crazy. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 is kicking in from 10-10. All the greedy bulls will be trapped in this cycle if the 10 low breaks this cycle confirmation at 678.52 with this MACD in volume trying to turn bearish. So if this shit flips, it's a cycle confirmation almost at this point. But I mean, there's basically it's going from 10:05 to 10:10. It could be very fast, it could be not. I have no idea. I still am not going in because IWM looking crazy. I'm waiting on Tesla. Tesla are gonna do whatever the fuck the market gonna do. So let's see. Trying to flip the support. Bears are fucking crazy. Alright, that's a confirmation now. Time is 10:10. That is bearish. MACD volume about to be used to go south almost. IWM got a spike out and then hesitating. QQQ is the one rejecting. Weird. I mean, this could mean cycle confirmation and then go Or it could use that to bear trap and then cycle and then decide. I have no idea. I mean, I can't just fucking call shit on candles.
I'm Nicole Pedalides.
I gotta let the shit happen, so. Ooh, Tesla.
Joining me right now for some of the other moves to look at here, Diane King Hall is with us. And we'll start off with General Mills, the earnings there. And good morning to you, Diane.
Good morning to you. When I looked at the numbers today from General Mills, I asked the question, are people eating cereal again?
Bearish.
And it looks like it based on the numbers. The growth not necessarily in North America, but it did beat expectations on both the top and bottom line. Earnings coming in at $1.10 per share on an adjusted basis for General Mills. That was better than expected. Revenue top $4.8 billion. The street was looking for $4.7 billion, touching above that. Now, to be fair, revenue did decline on a year-over-year basis, but the total number was better than expected.
Poll says
Gross
5 people
margin
says
top
flying,
34%
7 people
for
says
General
rejecting
Mills.
here, 2 people says
Interestingly
chopping.
enough,
Wow.
the strength for General
YouTube
Mills
says
was in its pet category, which saw growth of 11%.
reject,
so you had double-digit growth there. You also had growth in international sales increased 6% for General Mills. You did see weakness in North America, so you know all the full cereal aisles, maybe everyone isn't nabbing the Cheerios like they used to, or the Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Outside of my kid, he still loves that stuff. In terms of guidance for 2026, the packaged food giant is projecting EPS to come in a range of 358 to 379. Versus expectations of 365. Organic net sales are expected to come in a range of -1% to +1%. So by next year, there probably will be better comps when you look at it on a year-over-year basis. The street is rewarding the better than expected results and the forecast with a gain of 2% right now, Nicole.
Understood. Okay, next up we look at Tesla, which moved to new highs recently, and I know that they're still talking about Elon Musk being the first $1 trillion man in the years ahead. But what are we looking at here with Tesla? Tell me more.
That was the prediction, especially when you think about the biggest bull on Wall Street when it comes to Tesla, Wedbush, earlier this week, who had that call that, you know, Tesla will have momentum. And it's been about a year since it saw records, and it hit another record yesterday. We're on record watch for a continuation of those milestones today. It's been a bumpy year. So what's interesting, the tale of the tape won't tell the tale of Tesla if you look at it today versus if you look at it over a year. At the time when it hit a record last year, the wind was at the back of Tesla because of its close relationship with President Trump. Many had coined it a bromance, but that relationship hit some bumps in the road. It soured. Shares of Tesla had suffered throughout the year amid the politics swirling around Musk. Initially, it was looked at, his big bet on Trump was looked as beneficial to Tesla, and it was initially. He had spent millions of dollars on the campaign. He was rewarded for his loyalty to the president with a key role in the White House over Doge, but then they, butted heads over the one big beautiful bill, spending bill, and so that relationship soured. There was some critiques around that. The president, kind of pushed back on him. A couple other factors that have led to some gains. The $1 trillion pay package, which is tied to Tesla hitting some milestones. So that had been seen as a tailwind more recently for the company. And most recently, the robo-taxis and the progress with that this week. Tesla saying they did a test of its robo-taxi service in Austin without the safety driver involved. So we'll see the robots driving everyone now soon, Nicole.
All right, and next up, Fortinet downgrading underweight at JP Morgan.
JP Morgan Chase is going underweight on this from neutral. So moving, this is making a clear distinction that we're not just on the sidelines on this one. We're out on this one. They've cut their price target to 75 from 85. They see growing headwinds into 2026 for Fortinet, not so much for the sector.
Tesla shit
it's a bigger picture concern here over. They think the larger cybersecurity platforms will be better positioned to dominate. You think about, for instance, CrowdStrike, right? Which had made quite the recovery and has a massive stronghold in cybersecurity. And they just think that there are risks to Fortinet's growth outlook. They think the company's heavily dependent on hardware market share gains there. And so they think that reliance there is a limiting factor and will just cap the potential for Fortinet. So they've moved from neutral to underweight on this. And most analysts who cover this one, they are actually
Bearish
in the whole camp on Fortinet. So you don't have a lot of conviction around this one. That stock's been an underperformer year to date compared to the S&P 500, Nicole.
Yeah, right now down 1.5% on Fortinet. And year to date down 14%. Thank you. Good to see you. Diane King Hall with some great movers there to keep an eye on.
Wow. Inverse, reverse, all that good stuff happening. Tesla crap, Toyota crap, inverse crap trap, all that good stuff. IWM helping. Bullshit. We're at the downward trend on QQQ and the ES now. Gotta love this shit sometimes. Gotta love this shit sometimes. We got the opening bell. And we're gonna watch that, folks. All right, please hit the like button. Thank you very much for being here today. Is
provider of medical surgical products.
Rejection of deals. Come on, do something. Give me all that. Green, red, opening bell,
surgical products.
Opening bell, folks. Opening bell, opening bell, opening bell.
We got some volume in the room today, Jim.
I like excitement and substance. This is an interesting company. I like a deal that's not priced well above and goes crazy.
The fuck is that huge ass red candle, man?
A PE deal.
Huge ass red candle, man. Reject LOD, man.
They do. Obviously, typically in a PE deal, you will raise money
break
and you will
even.
pay down debt that was associated with the take private itself.
Come on, man.
Private, a very
Roll
strong deal
that
for the
shit
sponsors,
down, man.
though, in terms of
Volume.
what's coming public, Medline, and the valuation. And then you would monetize that over time as well once you have that public equity. But you're right, we have been waiting to see PE firms get some exits so they can start to actually put some money to work again as well, because a lot of their funds, people are saying, well, give me some, you know, I invested 7 years ago in fund whatever, and I haven't gotten my returns yet really on it. So before I put in money in the
IWM, Bearish.
So they need this.
I'll go range to 10:15. Time is 10:20.
Versus Citi, which has been a great investment. So it's good to see them maybe get in the plus column.
Yeah, we were at Goldman yesterday. They're a lead on Medline.
That was a terrific interview.
Yeah, good. They're actually pretty constructive on next year, Jim, as they have been for most of the year. Speaking of which, December we're slightly red, and there is some chatter that if Santa's
I'm so
going to
sorry.
show,
We're not watching.
He's got limited. Celebrating the IPO and Medline, provider of medical surgical products, biggest of the year. CEO on Squawk earlier today. We got some volume in the room today, Jim.
We got some volume in the room today, Jeff.
This is an interesting
company. Really what he said?
Of medical surgical products, biggest of the year.
Did you just say what?
On Squawk earlier
Did you say what I think you just said?
We got some volume in the room today, Jim.
We got some volume in the room today, Jeff. I like it. I like the energy. Woo! I like the energy.
It's not priced well above and goes crazy. But it's also, let's not forget, a PE deal. They need these deals to come public, and they have
They do. Obviously, typically in a PE deal, you will raise money and you will pay down debt that was associated with the take private itself. It's only 4 years since they went private. A very strong deal for the sponsors, though, in terms of where it's coming public, Medline, and the valuation. And then you would monetize that over time as well once you have that public equity. But you're right, we have been waiting to see PE firms get some exits so they can start to actually put some money to work again as well, because a lot of their funds, people are saying, well, give me some, you know, I invested 7 years ago in fund whatever, and I haven't gotten my returns yet really on it. So before I put in money in the next fund.
Yeah, and their stocks have been bad. So they need this. I mean, I think that they have been terrible investments versus Goldman, versus Citi, which has been a great investment. So it's good to see them maybe getting the plus column.
Yeah, we were at Goldman yesterday. They're a lead on Medline.
That was a terrific interview.
Yeah, good. They're actually pretty constructive on next year, Jim, as they have been for most of the year. Speaking of which, December was slightly red, and there is some chatter that if Santa's going to show, he's got limited time.
Santa's got to show real soon, like today. I mean, this is the day where Santa starts showing. I'm not going to bet against this market now. I just want to see discipline in the one aspect of the market that it calls me,
Santa Claus,
which is the desire to keep the balls in the air on the $1.4 trillion commitment for OpenAI.
OpenAI?
Welcome.
Santa, oh shit. Boo! ARK ETF. Wow. Wow.
Hi there, this is Tom Lee.
Hi, Tom
I'm
Lee.
the Chief Investment Officer of Fundstrat Capital.
Hi, Tom Lee.
And the lead portfolio manager for Fundstrat's family of Granny Shot ETFs.
Real quick. Come on, baby.
This is the update for the week of December 15th. Keep in mind there are now 3 Granny Shot ETFs to choose from.
Man, this shit is fucking great. 3/3
is GRNY. It was launched a year ago.
Look at the fucking volume. I wanted to come 5 minutes ago, but holy shit, it's slow as shit.
Small cap and mid cap ETF. And think of this as the junior version of Granny. And the third is GRNI, which is a US large cap and income ETF designed to pay dividends monthly.
Market fucking flying crazy right now. It's terrifying.
As of December 12th, net assets
it's fucking terrifying. Oh my god, it's actually moving crazy.
For GRNJ, 165 million, and for GRNI, 36 million.
So much volume for what? To go lower, actually, or what? Look at the volume. The volume crazy right now. Look at the 15-minute. Is it really gonna go?
GRNY fell 0.48%.
We're fucking trap everybody off the floor here.
0.61% decline for the S&P, or relative outperformance of 7 basis points. GRNJ fell 0.38%, while the Russell 2500 gained 1%.
Man,
so that was
if the market fucking flies
basis points,
and Tesla drops,
GRNI fell 0.24% compared to a decline of 0.61% for the S&P.
What the shit is this? Everything's aligned, by the way, now ES and QQQ. So,
and year to date, and 2025 is coming to a close. GRNY is up 25%.
They already destroyed the fucking calls anyway.
Compared to 17.5% for the S&P 500, or relative outperformance of 780 basis points. Now, GRNJ has only been launched since November 17th.
Candle.
Total gain of 8.79% compared to 7.83% for Russell 2500, or 96 basis points of relative outperformance. And for GRNI, again, since November 17th.
It's kind of scary. Hold up. Why the fuck does it look like market about to fly and Tesla about to rip down or some bullshit? Oh my god. Bro, what the fuck is this goddamn motherfucking market, man? Wow. Two-minute candle going nuke. Gonna lie, that's an insane fucking bounce. Is this a trap? Till when? Or is this a fake out, man? Holy shit. IWM just fucking update. Wow, man. Where's the fucking POC right now, dude? This shit is crazy. What the fuck are we doing here? How are these candles just coming in up and dude, what the fuck? Look at this dump. Wedge? Another wedge created? What the fuck is this shit? Oh my god. How? Look at Tesla. Oh my god, thank god for that rejection. Holy fuck. I'm in crazy right now, but like holy fuck. That fucking bounce. Yo, what the fuck? Oh my god, that gave me a heart attack. Holy shit, I'm in for fucking 4 SPX area. Nah, bruh. Oh my god. Nah. Nah, that's the ultimate fucking. Wow, what? For 2 minutes, it looked fucking bullish. Oh my god. IWM2. Oh my god, bro. What the fuck? It looked bullish as fuck 2 minutes ago. Oh my, can we all agree it looked bullish as fuck 2 minutes ago, right? Oh my god. Oh my god, it looked fucking crazy bullish 2 minutes ago. What the fuck? My contracts went down 1.2k for a second. What the fuck? Oh my god. Yo. Nah, it looked like it was gonna get fucked into the end of the day. Oh my god, it really looked like it was gonna get fucked into the end of the day. Is this a trap both ways or what? Like, this shit could trap bears here too, but nah, dude, it's either a huge chop, or they're gonna drop this shit a little bit. What the fuck? Man, it actually looked like it was gonna go up. I was scared as shit. I was literally talking about this shit too, the market going up and Tesla going down, and I was fucking worried, but it was actually happening. What the fuck? Ah! Sorry for my language, guys, but this is actually my money kinda. This is risky as shit. This is super risky. Oh my lord. Look at how crazy, dude, the market looked crazy bearish, and then it looked insane bullish. That's literally in 5 minutes. Nah, this is some sick stuff. We sent a video yesterday in the WhatsApp group saying the market is an emotional test, a roller coaster of whatever the fuck, and like you cannot make this shit up. What? I'm speechless right now. I'm fucking speechless right now. What the fuck was that, man? There could be a bear trap here too, man. I'm still in. There could be a bear trap here too. I'm not being fully bearish here. I'm not being fully biased here. I'm just being fair. Nah. That has to mean something though. I mean, maybe not, but look at QQQ barcoding at the floor right now. This shit is nasty working. Look at QQQ barcoding at the floor right now. It's like first of all, this is doing a lot of shit to calls up there. Tesla's still fucking squeezing. I don't know. This shit is crazy, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Market is fucking all-time high. Still, cause Tesla? Like, what? Who even has the power to move this shit like this? Like crazy, man. God. Sick. This is sick stuff. wow, they chopping everybody. This shit is not even... What is this? It's ranging crazy, but it is... Oh my lord. Now it's fucking bad. Just fucked around in the 3/3 and now I'm fucking trapped in the cycle like crazy. This is the most unbelievable fucking thing in the middle. It's the most they're building liquidity here. Crazy. This is the most unbelievable thing in the middle. Believable because they're doing it, but wow. How are they doing it? The only way they're doing this shit in the middle is because of IWM. It's the only way. Why? Because the market wants to get candle traders, man. That's fucking why. Every fucking day, nothing changes. How the fuck do you even, you know what I mean? This is bullish, this is bearish, 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 this is bullish, this is bearish. And then this is bullish and this is bearish. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. How the fuck do you do this shit on candles? It's impossible. It's just brainless. Oh my god. You think I'm fucking kidding when I say fucking liquidity's a joke? No, liquidity's no joke. Liquidity's fucking liquidity. Liquidity. Haha, bro, going crazy. No, I know that's reality. I just know every other candle trader out there in the world going crazy. I know I'm the same one, trust that. Why? Because I know who I am. But it's okay. And those that aren't truest to themselves, those that understand themselves, literally get themselves and they'll do okay for themselves because they truly understand where I'm coming from on a daily basis, because they're here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and they understand everything that I'm saying because they see it with themselves, with their own eyes, and they come to their own realization that this shit is not a joke and this is actually a motherfucking brutal reality, and it's actually a loving, struggling, brutal, loving, extraordinary reality. And people that don't have the belief in themselves will just always get got by candles. Nothing will ever change in this world. But I swear to God, when I say candle traders are fucking dunzo, because this is the roaring motherfucking 20s, and we are in the 2000 roaring 20s. So believe that when I say that. Trust, right? People that don't have setups, people that don't know what the fuck is going on in the market, people that are always delayed talking about, oh, I told you, oh, look at that, oh, see now, oh, you, wow, you fucked. I'm not talking to you either, Vinny. I'm talking about the 35 people that left and then my view count coming back up on based on candles. I'm not talking to you, Vinny, at all. But I'm talking about that ass like setup versus all that shit. But I know you understand, bro. I like you, Vinny. Trust that, bro. Trust that, brother, man. You know what I'm saying? I know, bro. I know who the realist is. I know who my viewers are. I know who the people are that are here. I know who the people are that are don't. I know who the fuck is who. Trust that. I know who I am.
David for breaking a lot of great news.
Trust that. Yo, this game is fucking crazy though, bro. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, huh? Up, down, up, down. I'm still in. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, huh?
Illusory is the right word. Not unlike the illusory that I'm beginning to see in Oracle, the company.
I trust that, bro.
I mean, this is fascinating to watch.
I don't want to be the guy. I don't want to be the guy.
Slow and then sudden.
Oh my lord, look at this barcode. QQQ bearish as fuck. IWM bearish as fuck. Candle traders don't give a fuck. Setup traders care, right?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
IWM setup traders are laughing at the IWM candle traders and the fucking QQQ and SPY candle traders right now. That's what's going on. That's all it is. That's all it is, you know what I'm saying? IWM setup traders right now are laughing at the fucking candle traders and they're like, oh, look at this shit. Candle traders up or down?
has
bro. It
made
doesn't
is
matter.
that
IWM setup traders are
particularly
fucking
if their
saying
linear
lol.
cable networks perform suboptimally, even
This is how
from
the world
here,
works. Like, this shit is crazy, bro. And I'm telling you, dude, it doesn't matter how fucking
decrease their ability to repay debt. Leverage will go up even more, and they'll be looking at the leverage of a combined company. And would Ellison say,
this is crazy though,
forget
bro.
it,
I ain't
no
gonna lie. I
mas.
got dragged
That's
down
their
2K
fear.
on that
Because
second
frankly,
bounce.
if you get 30 bucks a
I'm
share
up
in cash
crazy.
or 31 or 30,
Let's
you don't
fucking
care
go.
what the
I'm
leverage
up
is of
fucking
the company.
crazy
They're
now.
giving you the
Oh
money,
my god.
as long as you get the money.
I'm not up crazy. I'm at break even, but holy shit, I literally got dragged down 2K on that bounce. Either chop here or really drop, but they got so much liquidity here. I think they go lower on this shit now and then figure it out, man. Keep going lower.
Oracle only up 8.6%.
Candle traders are done, so alright, let's get some GGs and chats, folks. Alright, let's get some ho ho ho. Merry Christmas. Alright. Ho ho ho. Merry Christmas. Candle traders are done, so GGs.
There was a justice part. I mean, there was a time when they would look into these things.
There was a time.
Yeah. Yeah. Archibald Cox.
In the roaring 20s, man.
Nixon had a justice department.
Holy fucking dump.
Really wasn't.
Holy fucking dump. Candle traders are donezo in the fucking roaring 20s, man. This is the roaring 20s. Welcome to the roaring 20s. 2025 is the roaring 20s. This is the late 20s, man. Beautiful. I love it. I love it. Big dump. Big dump. I'm out. 6. I'm out. I'm out. 4 contracts. 7,004. 2.1k profit on SPX. I'm holding Tesla all the crazy. LOD 1020. 1035. I mean, holy shit. 1035. I don't give a fuck about. They might go lower. Yeah, they're going crazy lower. Holy shit. Wow. I'm not. Wow. Wow. 3/3. This is the 3/3 bearishness. All right. This is the 3/3. I'm done. I'm out. Holy fuck. 1 minute ago. Holy fuck. LOD break. I literally. Wow. Oh my god. Tesla going now. Tesla going now. It was holding crazy. Oh my god. Look. Look at this shit. The orange box played all day. When did I say this is going to play in the pre-market in my WhatsApp group, right? Oh my god. LOD broke. Wind direction is south now. They trapped everybody at the middle. All the bulls are burnt. All the weekly. All tomorrow expiring. All today expiring still. Time is 10:35. They want to figure this shit out after they burn it all. I'm talking about fucking not even today expiry, tomorrow expiry, next week, this week, and then fucking figure it out from FOMC top. This shit is crazy wedge breaking down. Look at this wedge fucking down, up, down, up, down, down. Like, dude, this is insane. Look at this. ES is completely back into the downward trend line. QQQ is completely back into the downward trend line with the 15-minute, right? The higher time frame MACD, the higher time frame setup does not lie. What did I say? Candle traders are fucking done for, right? Setup traders are literally, candle traders are fucking done for, right? This is literally, welcome to, I say this shit every day, but I mean, nothing gonna change every day, any day. Candle traders are fucking done for. Holy shit, that was crazy. Higher time frame MACD, fucking done. Wow. I left everything on SPX. I'm done. I'm waiting on Tesla here. On everything. Holy shit, dude. I got squeezed down 2K and then they fucking bumped up 2K. That was unbelievable. What the shit? Oh my god, that was unbelievable.
Jensen, you know, he's not going to do anything that violates U.S. law.
Jensen
Huang. I mean, he needs America, and he needs the support of America. America is where his company is based, and he is an American.
Claps in
chat,
and
folks. Before that, he was from Taiwan. He's not ethnically from the mainland
Let's get some
of China.
car emojis in chat for Tesla.
I think his point of view is more that
likes and thumbs up in chat, folks. Right? Today, let's get some. Right?
And Morris's point of view is always like, let's make Taiwan strategically, geopolitically important. Let's
get
build
some
this TMT TSMC company that sells all of these microchips throughout the world.
IWM bearish as shit. IWM setup traders are going to the downward trend line. They're bearish as fuck right now. They're going to the downward trend line. This is the third bearishness. IWM wants to go hit the downward trend line too. Everything is in the downward trend line.
And Jensen were close friends.
Yes.
In fact, they spent a lot of time at each other's houses.
IWM QQQ bull trapped everybody in the purple box, and then down to the downward trend line. QQQ dumped off. SPY is into the downward trend line. GG's done.
If
right,
they
time
build
is
their own
10:40.
stack and they don't need us,
time
then
is
maybe there's
10:40. It's not done. Tesla is going still. Right, MACD just turned on. Volume is so fucking bearish. It's coming in so bearish in the 1 minute candle. They could go lower, or they could cycle or go lower, and then they could bear trap, and then they could figure out what to do. But this is
doing that as well.
How the market
okay, now here's a follow-on.
This is how the market be.
The issue of
right?
whether
Why do they do the chop, 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 drop? Candle traders, man. Candle traders with no setup. Candle traders without looking at what previous all-time high breakout point, losing it. Previous all-time high breakout point, losing it with what volume? On the 15-minute volume. On the 15-minute that we've been watching all day long, right? So time is 10:40. This is the floor. Let's see what the floor does here. That is unfucking believable. Oh my god.
On higher end chips in a very short period of time.
Yeah, the bottleneck there is actually the light printing technology that we use to make microchips anywhere. This is called photolithography, and they use this extreme ultraviolet light to
which I think they will into the Friday. I mean,
China
I don't think this shit can hold.
Built those
right?
machines. They're extremely
when
finicky.
Things
They're
go up, out of Holland,
right?
With a lot of pressure, it tends to
the US has been
go
very
fast
aggressive
down.
about blocking China's ability to access
That's what
these
happened
light
last week.
printing
So
machines. And
my
without
490s
those,
are back
you
in profit.
can't build
My
world-class
480s are coming
microchips.
back.
And so actually, this
Very
is the
good
sticking
right now.
point.
Very
They
good
don't
on
have the
Tesla. It's coming
printers
back.
they
Bearish on
need.
Tesla.
Now, can they develop them
Tesla bearish.
internally? Probably, yeah. Actually, given what they've done
Still,
with high-speed
I'm
trains,
holding.
given what they've done with cars, seems quite likely to me they could also build
MACD is
a
going on Tesla.
world-class light printing machine.
Bearish
But
on
it's
Tesla.
a long technology cycle. It's going to take them 3
Bearish
to
on
4
Tesla.
years to catch
Tesla
up.
going lower.
So the Chinese bet, if we can call this the gamble, is can we afford not to use world-class equipment to train our AI until all our semiconductor
Dumping on
infrastructure
everybody.
is up to the
all
global
the
standard?
bulls yet again.
And it is a big gamble.
Yes.
I mean, you
Back
really
into the
can't
downward trend
afford,
line.
as Google
Dumping
has
on
shown,
bulls
to
yet
even
again.
be a few months behind right now.
IWM
Like
back
OpenAI
at the
just
downward
fell
trend line.
behind Google, and that
Went
caused
long.
Sam Altman to issue a
Dumping
code
on
red
all the people in
because
the
he's
purple
a
box.
couple
Wind
months
direction
behind.
is full
So
south.
being years behind in this race is very, very costly.
Wind
It's
direction is crazy
tricky
south now.
calculus for China. It's a tough game. My guess is that while sort of
That
officially
was
discouraging
a
the use of
huge
Nvidia
liquidity
equipment,
grab.
they will continue to do so one way
That
or
was a
the other, whether that
huge
means
fucking
going
liquidity
outside of
grab in the
China
middle.
to do the
They can go
training
even
or
lower.
getting chips in through Malaysia
That's why
or
they're
some other
doing this shit.
channel
This
until
is why
their
this
own
is
industry
possible.
has caught up. Just a guess, but that would be
This
my
is
guess.
possible.
Thinking.
In the 3/3, man. This is the
Stephen,
only reason because they
just
grabbed
like any
fucking
other
a fuck ton of
industry,
liquidity in the middle.
Particular sector, the product matters, the timing matters, and you actually recently mentioned how AI sort of
Tesla going lower
happened.
here.
Like, you know,
Insane.
it was lucky that
Insane.
it happened and
Tesla.
for Nvidia to really
Testing
take
the bottom
off.
of the
And also the leadership
big
matters.
spike
and,
algo
and
range
I
candle
believe
maybe
that's the
here.
reason why you decided to write about Jensen Huang and Nvidia. What is it about Jensen Huang that you understand, that you want the rest of the world to understand, to determine
Tesla.
whether he is
go
really
lower.
ready for
Market
the next
sliding.
wave
MACD is
of
crazy
AI
bearish
adoption?
here. 15-minute,
Jensen is
5-minute.
one of the most extraordinarily capable people
Look
I've
at
ever
the
met.
15-minute on QQQ. It's going overextended. It's going way now. Yes, it's going way now. This is an insane dump. 15-minute insane dump turning into
we've talked about his friendship and closeness with Trump. They've appeared in public
Look at that crazy trap they did at 10:20, 10:25, 10:30, 10:35, and 10:40. Candle traders done for, right? When that shit was going up, down, up, down. My channel went down 25, 30 people, man. I'm sorry, but that's how reality is. I'm sorry to say, but that's what I mean. Like, people just care about candles. I don't care about candles. This is literally the reality. This is the same shit that happens every day. People don't care about setups. They care about candles.
And I
Not
found that to be
the
true in my own
135 people
interactions with
that are,
Jensen. He's
watching
extremely
live stream because they
intense.
don't care about
He's
candles.
very
But I'm talking
driven.
about the
And then his
25,
true
15
secret, and
people
this is
that
the
are
thing
here to
that
troll
people
me
really
in the
need to
chat.
understand that
Maybe,
makes
and I'm
him
talking
so
about
hard to
5 or
replace.
10
On
out of the
top of
25
all
people
of these
that are
qualities,
gone and
at
out, gone
his
and out, gone and
core,
out. Like, there's no
he
need.
is a
There's no need.
world-class computer
I don't do
scientist.
anything
Jensen
like that.
could
So,
design these microchips himself.
man, that's what I
actually
mean by
how he
people
got
have been
started, designing microchips on
thinking
paper 40 years
it would
ago.
be
So he is completely immersed in this
working out.
industry. He is an absolute
He's like, I don't
master
even know,
of this
man. I don't even know
industry.
what I'm saying.
He
But
is
all
the
right, wind
best
direction
at
still
what
out.
he
Tesla
does.
going lower.
Okay?
Tesla
And
going
so
lower.
it's
Tesla
very
dropped
hard to
$4
find all of
now.
those qualities in one person. The
Tesla's so
managerial
bearish.
brilliance, the adaptability,
QQQ,
but also
big
the
dump.
deep,
Yes,
deep
mega dump.
domain expertise. You
IWM
cannot
dump.
just go and get some
Tesla
other
dump.
MBA to run this
Tesla
company.
dump.
They have to know computers
Nvidia dump.
as well or better than
Everything
anybody.
dump.
It's hard to find all those
Fucking
things in one
wild
person.
candle going everything together.
I really hate this question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. What do you think keeps Jensen Huang up at night? You often use the word neurotic to describe a Jensen Huang, not in a negative way, but what do you think that he is most worried about in December of 2025?
Great question. There's a lot of competition. There's Google, right? We talked about that. There's geopolitical tension with China, right? There's that. There's Trump. There's Broadcom and AMD at home. But I will tell you what I believe Jensen is most worried about is not any of those things,
Tesla.
but missing the next
They're going to
wave.
go lower.
Where is the next $3 to $4 trillion of market capitalization in Nvidia going to come from? I think Jensen believes it's going to come from a coming wave of robotics, from autonomization of all sorts of devices.
All
Jensen
the other
has said that
dies,
anything
even
that
bigger
moves
than all
in the
the other
future will be
dies.
autonomous.
Time is 10:45.
That means cars, but it also means vacuum cleaners. It means walls and
Today
buildings.
is super
It
bearish.
means home robots.
Super bears are
Jensen
here
is
basically
very
wiping
much
out
enthusiastic
all
about
the
participating in
calls
that
from
wave,
2
that
days,
coming wave
last
of
2 fucking
robotics,
3 days,
which
we
will
were
be
going lower
a
too. It's just
trillion-dollar
unbelievable,
industry,
but,
if not more.
I mean,
But I guarantee
believable
you, it
'cause I'm
also
watching
keeps
Tesla.
him up at night. Scenarios where he misses.
I ain't
that
gonna
wave.
lie.
And this is the
Look at this
genius
shit
of how
drop
Jensen
from the
thinks.
top too,
He's not
going
just
to the
looking at
bottom
the
now.
competition today.
604 is
He's looking at the
possible.
competition tomorrow.
Going to the top
2
to
years,
the bottom
4
now
years.
on the
How can
ES too.
Nvidia be centrally positioned
Wild
to
work.
be maybe even the
IWM
only
dropping from the
player
tippity top
in a
of
new
the
wave
purple
of
box or
technology?
middle and then
That's
dropping.
what made Nvidia so big before, and it's what's going to make it grow if he succeeds again.
You know, Stephen, the next wave being robotics. I mean, Jensen's not the only guy. You've got Elon Musk and Tesla going down that same road as well.
Tesla just started.
So we know, and
Tesla
I have to confess, I haven't read the whole book, but I flipped through parts of it. Right?
Tesla.
You're sort of describing Jensen as a lot of people already know him, right? A visionary.
Look at that, yo! Who loved that wedge? Who hated that wedge?
Premised his career on basically a field
insane.
of dreams bet. You know, if you build it, they will come. Because when he started down this road, going away from moving on from graphics, the market didn't actually exist. He actually created it, right?
Who fucking loved that wedge?
And you mentioned he's a
I love that
terrific
wedge.
computer scientist.
Oh my God,
that's not in dispute either. But is he thinking about the end state? What happens when everything becomes automated? What happens when, you know, robots are able to think for themselves? What happens when they start picking up guns?
Yeah, so Jensen rejects science fiction narratives, and very forcefully, as I learned when I brought one up with him. He does not like to let science fiction scenarios entertain his own thinking.
You know why smart money loves downward trends?
The microchips in front of him, and then he moves forward as far as
because the
logic
setup
will
is so
allow
goddamn
into what
clear.
Industries are going to look like in the
So
future.
many fucking
But if you
people
look
that
at
don't
someone
give a
like
fuck
Elon
about
Musk,
setups
it's
that
almost the
literally care
opposite.
about candles
Musk is
to
gonna
fucking
start with
just
a
trap
vision
so
of
easily
standing on the surface of
every
Mars.
single day. That's
And then
why.
he's going to move backwards to the technology
This is
that
not
he
a
needs to
one-day
develop
shit.
today
It's like
to get
fucking
there.
1 day,
Jensen
2
is really
days.
the
It's
opposite.
literally 3 days.
He's not projecting towards
4
some science
days.
fiction
Why
scenario.
3 days?
He's
They
just
showed
going to look
bearish
at what the
bearish into
circuits
the
can do
downward
today
trend all-time
and
high, and
reason
then popped it up,
critically
and then
about what
bearish
they're going to
trend
do
will trap
tomorrow,
again.
maybe
Like this
2
shit
years,
is like
maybe
not
4 or 5
1
years.
day. It's
But
like
he's not
6 or
going to
7
think 20
fucking
or 30
days now
years
in
the
a row.
future
So.
because he thinks that's impossible. Now, having said that,
You gotta
he is
really really care about setups, man. Fuck the candles, right? Fuck the candles, love the setup.
Of what a microchip can do today and what new frontiers of computing may be unlocked.
Candles are literally the worst fucking shit. It's
robots
what gets human psychology and human emotions going, and that's the worst thing for people. And if that's the thing that gets amateurs, right? Human emotion and psychology, then that's something that you should work on the most. And that's something that you should be excellent at, exceptional the most, instead of being a candle follower, instead of following
has turned out to be a heavy industry. I mean, we
saying
are
this is
brute
bullish,
forcing our way into smarter machines with these gigantic data centers that are filled with hundreds of thousands and sometimes millions of Nvidia chips.
I will say this.
You know, Jensen has described those.
We are living in 2025. It has also happened probably in history in the in the 1890s or the 1950s or the 1980s or whatever the fuck you want to think, but there were definitely people that were doing their best to educate and deduct themselves through the reality. There were definitely people that were living in their own delusional, making up things, right? And then doing things with that in their own negative, whatever they want to do in ways, in whatever time period that is in. So do realize that too. And then please do some self-analysis, self-thought, self-realization upon what you are seeing, what you are hearing, and what you are wanting to, how do you best put it, listen to and be and aspire and always want to strive to be.
Those as AI factories where data goes in and intelligence comes out. And that's the world we live in now. Whether Jensen can maintain that central position with all of these competitors coming online, I guess is a question we'll answer in the next couple of years.
I'm in all my shit.
There's the company, Nvidia, and there's also the man, right? And to Sherry's point a couple of seconds ago about leadership, I mean, I think the job of most great leaders is to start thinking and planning for succession.
480, and I have my next week Friday place as well, 475.
Nvidia. I mean, okay, granted, the guy is he's just past middle age. He's not that old, right? But I mean, there is the whole issue of key man risk. Were you able to talk to him about that, and what did he say?
I was. I was like, what's your succession plan? He's like, I don't have one. Simple as that. There's no designated successor. You know, if you look at a typical company, you've got one guy on top, or one woman on top, and then you've got maybe 10 or 12 kind of like people answering to the chief executive.
Bearish Tesla is right now. They're pushing
at Nvidia, it's like 60 people. Okay, Jensen's at the top. There's no second layer of management, and then the
Jensen. We gotta talk about Elon right now. Elon Musk. Look at QQQ coming in, still bearish. ES coming in, even more bearish on the volume. IWM just now turning bearish, trying. Nvidia, complete downward trend. Destroying the hopes of every single bull, thinking it's gonna go back out above the downward trend that we were talking about and that I good on myself at the top of, but I don't play the 3/3. Is why I'm not playing the video right now, but that's what's going on. Look at how hard it is to play the 3/3. They chop for 2 days and then drop that shit off and bull trap the fuck out of it in 1 day. So this is a bull trap day on the video, bull trap day on Tesla. They want to go lower here. Bears are super, right? SPY is going to 674 in the real previous all-time high, right? SPY 674. 674.5 is the previous all-time high. That's the previous. That's the real previous breakout all-time point on SPY. Yes, and QQQ was above there. Yes, QQQ was above there. IWM still full-on fucking dumping. They want to go crazy lower. Look at fucking Tesla now, 480. Wow. Fucking crazy lower now. Full on Cathy Woods, full on fire sale, full on dump mode, testing the bottom of the spike algo candle. I was expecting this today, but not like this. This is fucking crazy. I'm at the bottom of the I'm expecting this bottom of the algo range candle to fucking break at 479.5, but it's fucking crazy. Wind direction is crazy south. Every single thing on the technology side, full on dump. Nvidia, Tesla. This shit was at 490s yesterday. We were at 479.54, breaking lower still. Shit. I'm at 6K on my 490 Tesla puts here from yesterday. I have my 480 still. Insane pushing. QQQ ripped it down to the bottom of the downward trend line of the FOMC ride. Today is a big opportunity day too. Holy shit. Trapped the crap out of everybody in the middle. All the candle trading. Bullish. This is bullish people. They got fucked into the LOD, and the LOD is even lower. 1055. They want to go lower. Look at Tesla dumping right now. 476. 478. Sorry. Look at this fucking crazy ass shit. They're going crazy. Tesla crazy. Nvidia crazy. IWM back into crazy. Yes, crazy. QQQ fucking crazy. Look at the MACD going insane bearish. This is turning into a bloody. Wow. Wow. 480. Man, bears are crazy today. This is Dr. Burry Bears. This is the Burry Bears. Today. Since FOMC. Still bearish as fuck. Look at Tesla right now, going crazy right now. Okay. I'm out of 490 puts here for 6.5K. $2,500 profit. Holy shit. I'm still in 480 here. from yesterday. 475 from 2 days ago. Oh my god. Beautiful work. Holy shit, Tesla. Holy shit, Tesla. I fucking said, right? The only way is literally setup, showing the way. Fucking setup. Fucking crazy. On Tesla, setup on Nvidia, showing the way. Showing the real direction and the traps the way. Candle traders are just done. Wow. What the fuck rip is that? That's like a 30-minute rip.
Tonight today, Steve Sosnick, chief strategist at Interactive Brokers, has a 6,500 year-end target for the S&P in 2026. That's a curious number. Steve, good to have you.
Good to see you.
What would lead us to that?
A confluence of different factors. First of all, I'm an inherent contrarian, so let me start with that. And I believe I'm kind of an outlier in being a little lower. But history, I think, points to caution. Number one, second-year presidential terms or midterm elections, however you want to slice it. We've only had 2 bear markets in the last 15 years. Guess when they've happened? Second-year presidential terms. And I think very specifically as a long-term options trader, February of 2018 was Volmageddon, which was truly scary. But I think we have, sort of everybody's on one side of the boat in this regard. Secondly, new Fed chairs tend to get tested in their first year or so. It's just that doesn't happen very often. All these are low frequency events, so it's tough to draw too many patterns. But just historically, it's the case. Bernanke took office in 2018, really just around Volmageddon.
Some people
Yellen
are
had
mad,
a pretty
fucking
smooth
happy.
time. Bernanke
Someone
came just in time for the financial crisis, and Alan Greenspan came in literally just before, like a month and a half before the stock market crash of '87. So the track record there is just tricky. I think.
Yeah, I filled up my gas tank yesterday, guys, and look, crude rebounded. What did I say? I am filling up my gas tank yesterday, right? Filled that hole up. She rebounded.
The AI trade that's brought us so far where we are, and I think the market is going through that, and that's not necessarily. This is why I don't have like a 5,500 or 5,000. It's just more of a cautious number, basically on the thought that okay, these companies have brought us so far so fast, but they're also, if there's any pullback in them, it takes an awful lot of rotation to make up if there's
Elon robot, robo-taxi, 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 Elon man, robo-taxi.
Coming out of pretty positive earnings.
Well, that's it. What could the only thing Broadcom could have said that was better than what they said was that guidance tops the highest end of our estimate. By any normal stretch of the imagination, Broadcom said everything they needed to say to get a stock to do well. Instead, they fell double digits in 2 days.
You've got a good take on. I was waiting for the Broadcom chart, but I'm not sure we'll get it. A good take on pre-market trading trends, meaning traders who are looking to buy weak futures in the hopes of a rally at the open.
Absolutely. You can almost set your watch by it now. 4 a.m.
Bro.
Just look at a chart. 4 a.m. You see the futures jump. I've been starting to. The turn hit me yesterday after I wrote my piece.
Oh, I see something
Pluto
real
rallies,
bad.
because I thought of the movie Animal
way.
House, where like Belushi goes running out of the room and nobody follows him. And we've seen this a lot of times where there's this big run up into the open, and we're seeing it today. And there's no follow through. Doesn't mean it's not going to happen. And what it also means is it probably bodes well for the Santa Claus rally, because then you don't have the institutional sellers. You don't. The old don't short it, dull tape applies. So maybe they can get away with it more in the week between Christmas and New Year's. But it's clearly a pattern, right?
That is so crazy. Look at the candle. That's the biggest candle of the last 4 days. That is literally the biggest red day of the last 4 days. That's some power. Setup power. People weren't saying, oh, last 3 days, oh, move happened, damn, oh man, and it looked like it's gonna bounce, and then look, it's the fucking bigger move. It's literally a fucking bigger move. Like, the fuck? It's literally a bigger move than the last fucking 3 days, each one of them individual. Well, Tesla's still bearish.
In the IPO and Medline, provider of medical
ding 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 ding. We gotta watch this one. Wow.
We got some
ding 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 ding. Very mixed. Damn, they did that fucking dirty.
But it's also, let's not forget, a PE deal. They need these deals.
Everything looked like. All right, now there may be a cycle. They went crazy low, so MACD is coming bullish. Let's see what happens. I wouldn't say it's forever bullish, but I mean I would say maybe there is a bounce from 11 to 11.05. There is something going on. Tesla is finding some sort of support, finding some sort of something here, figuring out what to really do here. Holy, wow, look at Tesla, huh? Just like IWM, when it runs with no pullback, runs, barely pullback, run, it can't hold the momentum, right? I'm also going to send a video after market closes today explaining this. I was going to send a video along with the 2 clips we sent yesterday, but I decided to send 2 different clips on 2 different things, but yeah. Wow. There's a clip saying, you know, if the market no pullback going up and up and up, then the move is going to be violent, just like the move up. So pullback or not, whatever is what I literally was talking about. IWM, same thing happening with Tesla. Right, it's nothing. Greed, guys, don't even like greed. You guys got to cut out the greed out of the dictionary. Greed is the worst thing, right? The best thing is the word confidence. I know it sounds cringy, and I know it's the word people just use left and right, and they're like, oh, confidence, this, confidence, that. But I'm literally talking about straight up confidence from momentum, volume, MACD, and setup. Most importantly, setup, right? We talked about this yesterday, right? A lot of people don't know or care to have a thought about setup because they don't, like, I don't know, dude. Professional traders have setups. Is all I could say, right? No one really does things without setup because that really means that it's either fake or they're making shit up or they're like just
Hey, New Jersey.
They don't know better. And that's saying something because I don't know, people have been here trading wise, trying to get better in their lives for a very, very long time to become who they are, and whether they're a hedge fund manager or a smart institutional player or a deductor or whatever they are. And it's just, yeah, the effort and the time needs to be put in constantly and continuously in life to be able to see things and to have a care enough to even try to see the real setups for a lot of different things in the market. Instead of just looking at things and being like, oh, this is bullish or bearish, or this is based on candles, because that means nothing. Anyone can do that. So, yep. Nothing changes the truth. There is no videos coming out. That is interesting. We have some news. Rotation.
I want to start off with some of the news of this morning. We're seeing oil prices move higher on sanctions on Venezuela and also potential sanctions on Russia. Does this idea of the potential for oil to move higher, at least we're seeing that move this morning, does it change your view of any sectors of the markets in general?
Tesla.
Sure. Look, I mean, oil prices has so far not contributed to the inflation pressures in the U.S., which obviously helped the Fed cut rates. This is a key indicator that we're watching. If this is going to continue, obviously that could slow down the easing path
like
of
10-minute
the
bounce.
Fed, given that they're giving more importance
big,
to the employment rather than inflation at the moment. But I think it's still very early to tell.
rejection,
There's still time to see that
barely. It just pumped up, so it's literally pulled back to the side. What to
no
do
change at the
happening now?
moment.
Your word of the day is rotation. Is that what you're seeing in the market right now, and something that you're bullish on, the idea you're rotating possibly away from tech into either cyclicals or some other underloved
really
parts of the market?
depends on what Tesla wants to do.
Sure. Rotation is I think it's going to stay for a while.
I guess IWM doesn't really have a setup. We have to find a new setup.
Away from the high multiple mega cap winners into the more small caps, cyclicals, and international markets. I think that will continue given the fact that again the monetary policy will stay easy coming from the Fed with the end of the quantitative tightening and obviously the Fed rate cut, but also the fiscal policy will be felt more strongly in the U.S. economy in the next few quarters.
Okay. You mentioned small caps. You actually like the S&P 600. Why do you like that part of the market, excuse me, other than just the small caps or just the broader index? I was just taking a look at it. When you look at it, it's about 17% industrials, double digits when it comes to also financials. I know financials are your pick for us today. But why do you want to play it down cap? Why not play it up cap?
We like down cap because they're still undervalued. The fact that obviously rate cuts are now coming into the picture, and small caps in general, they outperform when we are further into the rate cutting cycle. So that's one thing. The second one thing is obviously the fiscal policy and the new tax bill helping.
Should we do a poll?
The
is
R&D
this bullish or bearish? This is the second poll of the day.
Able to expand their R&D expenses basically. So that's also very positive for small cap. But we like quality, high quality small caps, and that's the reason why I selected S&P 600, because we think that liquidity is more expensive at the moment, and
that is an insane drop. I can't lie.
Those companies with strong balance sheets.
The realists remember the insane confusion.
When you
that little bump up did $2,000 to me. I don't even know. It was
fucking
crazy.
Are you saying small cap financials, big banks? When you're looking at financials, are you playing the broader sector, or are you being more of a picker and a chooser?
Broader sector, we are very optimistic about. I think regionals have more room to run still. Obviously, private credit has brought them under pressure. But overall, for financials, I would say that the fundamental backdrop is very strong. Obviously, we're seeing now the steepening in the yield curve thanks to Fed cutting rates and the long end of the curve coming under pressure, leading to higher rates there, which is positive. But also, very importantly, financials is now the second strong earnings season in the S&P 500 with 25% year-over-year earnings growth expected, behind only tech. And obviously, we're also seeing capital markets activity coming back into the picture, a pickup in M&A activity, IPOs slowly picking up as well, which are all positive for financials. Here again, we like banks. We do like
I want to vote. This is still bearish on Tesla alone, but I don't know. SPX is looking scary.
So you're mentioning IPOs. We're going to get our biggest IPO of the year actually going public later today with Medline. Is that also making you bullish just about the IPO path going into next year, and also the fact that there's actually a bit of a bottleneck from the government shutdown? So more than likely, we are going to see a number of IPOs that were actually halted because of the shutdown. They couldn't file the papers.
Correct. I think the obviously
SPX,
liquidity
LOD,
is coming into the market again.
LOD has its own risks now in this environment. This is pivot point trading, basically.
Monetary policy is in an easy position as well will help the IPO market. So overall, we are positive.
All right. I want to talk about a data point you sent us. The idea that people are going to get tax refunds in the range of $100 to $150 billion next year. We heard the Treasury Secretary talk about it as well a few days ago. He said that's about $1,000 to $2,000 per household. What is in your mind? What does that mean for the markets?
If the LOD breaks, there might be a safety downward for 2 to 3 minutes. Maybe is my deduction, but I don't care. I'm in Tesla still. I'm in Tesla 480 puts into Friday. I'm in Tesla 475 into next Friday. I've been in the last 2 days on Tesla since here, and since fucking here. 475 Tesla next Friday, 480 Tesla this Friday, and 490 this Friday, and I got fucking decent, fucking nice. 490 I left, but 480 I'm still in. 475 I'm still holding. So I want Tesla to go lower here. I don't know what the fuck that means for the market. Market going lower. LOD broke. Let's see what happens.
More consumer-sensitive sectors. It could be home builders. It could be
LOD broke. Time is 11:15. This could be a bear trap. This could be a bear trap after 4. This shit does not mean it's gonna go now, but I mean, Tesla is so goddamn bearish right now.
what we're seeing at the
Actually
moment.
fucking crazy. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. Oh my god, I love it. It's so beautiful. Tesla from 490 to 476. This is basically $14 already. I want this shit to rip down to like fucking $20 today. It would be fucking nuts. 490 to like 470, man. Holy shit, it's really getting there, man. It's really getting there. My 480 puts are all back now. Holy shit. Market can't hold when it goes up violently crazy with no cycle. Crazy work. Holy shit. You know, the craziest thing was I was in it for a lot in 480. So this shit is literally the best for me. Coming back. Everything coming back crazy on Tesla. Going crazy on Tesla. Please come back more. It's fucking wild. I've been waiting for this shit since literally yesterday. And they spiked it up, held it up an algo range, and then held it fucking up all goddamn fucking night. I've been waiting for this shit for a long time on Tesla. Look at this shit on Tesla. Oh my god. Oh my god, the Burry Bears and the Cathy Woody Bears. Oh my god. Yo, the realest watchers of my live stream remember the Cathy Wood news I shared yesterday, right? Who remembers the Cathy Woods news I shared at pre-market open, right? The Cathy Woods took profit here, and she probably took profit here too, but wow. Look at the Cathy Woods. Cathy Woods fucking CNBC news and going lower. Market is, man. 474. This shit is getting near. Has to be near 33rd. Honestly, SPY is so fucking low. QQQ is going crazy. ES is at the bottom of the trend line now. IWM is going to the bottom of the trend line now. Can you believe it? Can you fucking believe it? It was QQQ like 20 minutes ago, and now ES and SPY is near it. That is crazy. Wow. Look at Tesla. Losing it like nothing. New floor on SPY. They burnt the cause again. Well, bears are getting relieved a tiny bit more. This is the 3/3 though, so cycle confirmation rejected, floor broke, and they're saying wind direction is south. Let's see how far or further they go. The MACD was bullish and is being used right now to be going lower. So it's up to the bears now. This is up to the bears. This is the 3/3 bear cycle. This is bear territory. It's up to the bears to stop here or not. Wow.
AI ambitions on the heels of this new report now on the fate of a data center in Michigan. For that, we'll turn to Seema Modi. Important story, Seema.
It is, Carl. There have been these questions surrounding Oracle's 1 gigawatt data center in Michigan and who will finance this $10 billion
Blue decided
project
not to pursue Oracle's $10 billion Michigan data
down.
center.
Oracle
Apparently,
telling
sources
CNBC
familiar.
that the FD story is incorrect and that its development partner, Related Digital, selected
News
the
coming
best
out
equity partner
to
from a competitive group
help
of
the setup.
options, which in this
Previous
instance
all-time
was
high
not
breakout
Blue Owl,
point
and that
dumped
final
on that, right?
negotiations are moving forward. Now, I'm told
Previous
by a source familiar
all-time
that
high
Blue Owl decided
breakout
to
point.
not pursue this data center that Oracle is developing for its main customer, OpenAI, due to unfavorable debt terms.
Right, we called this out in the pre-market. We called this out in the WhatsApp group.
Through their due diligence process, it was found that local issues in
there was
Michigan
like 40 people here. There was like 50 people here that was early in the morning that saw it, and that typed, and that saw me type the shit. Previous all-time high breakout point important. This was at like 9:25 in the morning.
The market is growing more concerned with the capital-intensive nature of developing these data centers.
They lost their shit, they dumped it on that, and then they went back into the downward trend line and never looked back.
Its credit default swaps,
IWM was the only thing holding to 10 a.m.
around credit. So my sense is that these projects are moving forward. The details tied to each deal, though, are just being scrutinized more so than perhaps 6 to 8 months ago.
Unreal, but real.
So, Seema, it seems
real.
as though, based on your reporting,
we are
Blue
now
Owl made
back
a
in the
credit
purple
decision.
box. Purple box is the box we were playing with yesterday.
The equity. I mean, in these deals, there's the equity, and then there's
we'll see what happens here.
The debt that goes on top
purple
of
box. How
Can
it
you
chops,
clarify
how
all
it
what we're
hovers,
talking about here?
Yeah, my sense is that one of the reasons Blue Owl did not pursue this $10 billion project that Oracle is trying to develop in Michigan is due to the debt terms of this deal. And not so much the equity,
bullish.
More about the debt story and also just
may
the
be a
repayment
small cycle
structure
bounce
of the debt that would be
show
required
more
to
bullish than this.
and finance
Sure,
this specific deal.
but
But again, I
nothing
think it just
really
comes
here
as
says
more
bullish.
investors evaluate these deals. They're just becoming much more critical, David, of the nuances and granularity of these deals.
Maybe
than
just the candle.
Earlier this year, when it was like, let's just get in. This is going to be a big long-term bet, and it's going to pay off. But as we debate the
I don't know. We'll
return
see.
on
I guess in 20-30 minutes what happens.
Becoming a bit more critical.
Right, but it doesn't appear as though the deal
medium
itself,
long-term cycle is talking about. I'm not talking about little small cycle. I'm not talking about fucking throwing a rice cake at the wall and seeing if it sticks type of deal shit with the fucking fake. I'm in for 100,000 bullshit.
Oracle shares now. This is going to fill the gap going back
real
to
direction,
June,
trend direction,
rather than
long-term,
September
medium-term
at
cycles.
178.
Traps
Thanks,
with direction. So, all right, we'll see. Man, I am what I am, guys.
So let's get to KG on some of these top headlines.
Everybody loves who they are because of they understand and they get to realize in life they get to choose who they are, they get to develop who they are, to become who they are, and they are who they are because of who they are. If that makes sense. Whether that means a person's being real, whether that means a person's using evil means to do evil things with little fake little shit, I don't know what the fuck it is. Whether that means people are using algo bots to have YouTube viewers and whatever the hell it is. Hope you all understand. Thank you. And on that note, please hit the thumbs up button. Today is a beautiful day. Come on. Today is December 17th, Wednesday. Alright, it is midweek of the trading week. Beautiful, beautiful day.
And let's start with crude because we, of course, are tracking Trump's lines this morning.
KG on the significance of oil tanker blockade.
Just talk us through the significance of that story and the impact we're seeing on the markets this morning, KG.
Yeah, you are seeing crude up about 1.3% so far. We actually did see it pull back here a tad bit. I mean, the supply glut narrative that's taking place in the market right now has really put a little bit more downward pressure on crude oil than the expectation.
My 480 Tesla puts got squeezed from 12.
Could actually cause maybe a little bit of a disruption.
It went from like fucking $11 to $5.
$55 level, obviously key after breaking 57.5. And this is after President Trump's comments around a blockade for these safe Venezuelan tankers.
That was the biggest contract for me. My 490s was the second biggest, my 480s into Friday was the biggest, and it got drained down fucking 45-50%
at the moment. So over the next couple of days, we will see how serious this matter is going to be. We already have taken over a couple of these tankers at the moment, but is there going to be an escalation for a little bit more? Now, if you're looking at the overall production,
it's at fucking
Venezuela,
7K, like this is fucking
750,000 to around 950,000 barrels of oil per day. Around 80% of that's going out to China. So this will have an immediate impact on China if we do enforce this blockade. And we also do import Venezuelan oil even still right now because Chevron does have some operations.
Like IWM though,
so could this have an immediate impact on logistics? It could. But if you're looking at the longer term impacts, let's say even 1 million barrels coming offline on a global scale, especially heavy sour, there is reported capacity, especially if you're looking at OPEC Plus, to be able to compensate for that over the long term. So catching a little bit of a bid right now, but is this going to be the story that really rockets oil to $85 or $90 just based on this alone? Seems highly unlikely, just given the supply, fears that have been placed in the market.
Cycle confirmation, long market is just bouncing a little bit to cycle to
from other countries
reject
like Iran,
to
which
create
also
liquidity at the floor to decide
may
what to
start
do.
Actually taking over tankers within the Strait of Hormuz. That's where you start seeing this escalation kind of moving a little bit more, and that's where you could see prices elevated here. So geopolitical risk premium coming back into the market here doesn't seem like it's enough to really try to wake up oil, at least for the moment, but who knows?
We did a poll at 11:11. And we had 6 people say this is bearish.
Then, moving into 2026, KG, because as you say, a little bit of a geopolitical risk premium being injected into
0 people voted bullish
right
and
now.
3 people
We
voted
had some
chop.
softer data out of China earlier this week
that
seemed to sort of move the needle somewhat a little bit. But obviously, we continue to keep the tabs on the lines coming out of peace talks regarding Ukraine and Russia and everything else that's going on. What's your read?
That was at 11:10.
Check on where we see prices going into next year.
Yeah, I mean, obviously prices right now are pretty depressed. There's something called a crack spread, which really tries to measure the profitability of refiners here processing oil into 3 barrels of oil into 2 barrels of gasoline, 1 barrel of diesel. Those have actually been fairly healthy. They have been coming down here a tad bit over the last month or so, and that's going to put pressure on those refiners. And so if you're kind of looking at the equity front, you probably would see maybe a little bit more headwinds to start
cycle
off the
is
year.
just creating bullish.
But we are seeing once again those byproduct
I call this
prices
bulls
coming
are
down,
trying, but it is one cycle, so the risk gets dangerous
to pull
and
back
dangerous
on
the more
capacity,
they go here
which
without a
could
pullback.
stabilize prices. Probably at first, especially in January and February.
How did everyone do today? Is like good day, bad day, dangerous day, happy day? Like what happened today?
Blast that actually hit the United States that could push oil prices higher. But eventually, a lot of these oil companies and exploration companies probably will pull back on production, tighten up supplies here a tad bit, and you could potentially see a little bit more of a rally for oil in the summer months as well as the fall months. So usually when a commodity like oil or energy just in general, when it's really depressed at these current levels, it's not really that hard to kind of re-rate prices higher once the supply story kind of gets fixed up here. And so I would look at, second half of next year, oil getting a little bit more bullish than what it is right now.
Okay, and we're seeing a newcomer to the market today on the NASDAQ, Medline, which is certainly a fascinating story because, of course, it is in the business of medical products, which is something that we've been keeping a lot of tabs on with respect to, obviously these companies being hit by tariffs over in places like China, Asia, broadly speaking. No doubt this is all part of, efforts to, I guess, broadly to onshore, try to, bring some of that manufacturing back home, try to obviously have some of this stuff made here in the US. I guess that's where they're going to try to raise some of this money to put towards. What are you seeing out there as far as this one?
Yeah, so the company has raised over $6.26 billion for this IPO. It's going to IPO on the NASDAQ, and as you talked about, it's not really a sexy name. It's nothing that's in technology or anything of that nature. It's medical supplies. If you're looking at surgical equipment, gloves within the medical field, as well as other items as well. But it has been able to raise a significant amount of cash here, and it's going to be able to pay down maybe some existing debt in order to build out some of the infrastructure here in the United States. Now, it is a competitive business. They do have some competitors like McKesson as well as Cardinal Health within this space, but just kind of reflects the fact that the appetite for IPOs, especially on the retail front and institutional front, is still fairly healthy. We have seen some pretty large IPOs this year, and a lot of analysts are expecting that.
A lot of people think that just because they didn't get the whole move, they missed out or something, but it's more like
it has been a couple of adjustments over the last 24 hours when it comes
for one side to be right, the other side was completely wrong. So it's like, did you really miss out?
Also
or like,
then kind of regulating,
did you really
going
not
to the lower middle end of the range.
You know what I'm saying?
When it comes to the price.
It really depends on the mindset
how
and
this
the
actually
way you
does
think of it,
resolve
I guess.
itself. It's not a technology name. I don't think the market's really expecting.
But I mean, that's the way I used to think too. But if you really think of it, like if it's a zero-sum game and one side's losing and the other side's kind of completely right and completely wrong, one side is, then technically the one side that's right is
a little bit more of an insight into the financial space,
and the wrong side is technically
Goldman Sachs, those that kind of bring a lot of these IPOs to market.
really fucking bad way in a really mean, extended way. So,
and one big name obviously we're going to be looking at
that's
this
why
afternoon
I
is Micron.
Just
obviously,
enjoy
we
the
know
market for the
what
setup
the
and
analysts have been saying,
the things
going
that it gives
into
me,
this.
and then I
Obviously, we know what this company is in the business
of.
You only have to look at the
Candle this,
Samsung,
candle
the
that, and then
numbers
I
to
got
see
lucky, bullish
that
or
we're
bearish.
probably likely
That's
to
some
see some
bullshit.
follow through
It's
as
literally
far
just
as
straight up
some
things
very
that really
solid
truly
gains here.
do
But
things
I'm just
are
wondering, as you look across the space,
real directions,
today
real
the
setups, and
price
other
action,
big things.
KG.
Not these little pops, drops, and like, oh, this is bullish, oh, whatever. Oh, this is bearish, oh, whatever. Oh, this, oh, whatever.
Morgan Stanley
because at some point it's going to be like, oh, this is bullish, and then you're going to get got the fuck. And oh, this is bearish, and you're going to get got the fuck. And, like, that's just not how smart money
increasingly
and
more cautious on memory exposed names. They're also talking about memory inflation becoming the key risk variable moving into 2026.
That does make sense for a lot of people.
And we think about the bigger picture now, what sort of themes we should be thinking about, and how we should be approaching this story across the whole space. What should we be watching, given some of Morgan Stanley's notes out this morning?
Yeah, so memory is still a cyclical business. I think it has not been able to kind of enjoy the rally for artificial intelligence like an Nvidia or an AMD, but now you are seeing a little bit more value being put into the sector or this industry, if you will. Going into this earnings announcement, I think what's going to be key, obviously, the demand for high bandwidth memory, which is really kind of
dude, if I held my SPY 2 to the floor, sure,
portion of their business, but it continues to accelerate, so that would be a positive sign for them. But I think when you look at the stock price and the run-up, I think the market also kind of forgets that it is a very commoditized business. A lot of competitors within this space as well. And that could also push prices down on the longer term. Now, in the intermediate term, we do know that memory inflation is taking hold here. We have seen that and heard that on several different conference calls. But I'm not sure if this is going to be something that's going to last as far as a cycle for 1 year, 2 years, or even 3 years for that matter. The last thing about Micron, do they actually have capacity to meet the demand? That was actually an issue for them about a year ago when they started seeing an uptick in orders,
today, right?
but their CEO came out and said, look, we have the demand out there, but we just don't have the capacity to meet it. If you don't have the capacity to meet the demand, guess what? You can't realize revenue. So it's going to be a balancing act for them to kind of show that demand is still there, but they are going to spend money on expanding their capacity, and I think it's going to be something to watch, and I'm not sure if this is going to be a huge mover for the
downward sloping, horizontal sloping support.
Okay, good to know.
A lot of retail traders, a lot of candle traders will not care about any of this until it's too late, and they're gonna be like, "Oh, look at that," and But yeah, do realize that there's something bigger going on than candles at all times. So this is clearly, yesterday was a good example. The day before was a good example. Today is a good example. Every day is gonna be a good example, and every day is a good example. So yeah.
Market on close. I'm Sam Vardas on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Joining me now here on the floor is George Kalis, CEO of Prospero AI. Thanks so much for joining me on the floor. And we saw a late-stage comeback there for technology stocks. I mean, the Nasdaq just managed to pick up in the green. We saw a nice record day for Tesla.
It's very bearish.
This is a market that seems to be a little bit on edge about what's going on in AI at the moment. The bubble valuation concerns, circularity of financing. Obviously, you had the Wall Street Journal out with this story about CoreWeave today. $33 billion of value wiped out because of the AI bubble concerns. So what does this all tell you right now?
I mean, I think you see Tesla is really rising in our signals. I think there's a lot of optimism, both in net option sentiment, our short-term like institutional demand signal. It's at the top. It has been at the top at upside for a while too, more of a longer-term demand indicator. And yeah, it shows that institutions and retail are very excited about it. And yeah, they're playing it like a tech company, not like a car company, more and more.
Yeah, it's interesting because if you look at the Mizuho note, it was all about how EV demand is going to have some of its speed bumps next year, particularly around some of the challenges to do with launches and, you know, off the back of the tax incentives wrapping up as well.
Horizontal sloping support, like they did on IWM yesterday.
So obviously that's going to come down to how people think about the valuation there.
Just like IWM
yesterday. As we sit here with, you know, obviously the last full trading week of the year, how are you thinking about things into year end?
Well, I'm seeing like a lot of concern in the markets, both in our QQQ and SPY net option sentiment, our market level indicators, our key ones, and they're actually at the bottom of our scale right now. And they're at like 0 and 4 respectively. Typically they're at like 30 or 40 when we're on like in a bull market. So that's a concern. And then you kind of have the macro story to match. I think people are concerned about the Bank of Japan
Same thing is happening
raising
on
rates.
QQQ.
I think that has implications in the AI trade in terms of how much is going to be financed there. So I see a lot of apprehension in the growth market. It was better today. That gives me a little more optimism. But we're seeing a lot of
Thank you very much.
in the institutional options markets.
Thumbs up on
and that's where we get a lot of our
stream
indications.
and on the video.
The BOJ
We are at
hiking,
70 likes.
obviously the popular carry trade unwind, the potential for that to suck the juice out of some of those riskier assets, which that is used to fuel.
A lot of people.
How much do you
Seems
think
like
of
they
the
have a good
impact that's
day.
going to be? Because that seems to be a huge debate out
Hopefully
there. I
they
mean,
are
some
a
are
part of the
downplaying
people
it,
that
saying
have
it's not a
to
risk because of
buy
what we
as
saw
well,
last time.
because
Most of the unwind has been done. Things are different this time around. But some say we could have a 10 to 20% correction.
Yes, I mean, I'm concerned about that. I don't know about a 20% correction just because of Japan. But I'm definitely concerned about that. And what I'm more concerned with is what Jerome Powell said in terms of pouring a lot more cold water on the idea that there might be a rate cut in the next January meeting. And then we're also basically seeing the fact that
focus. They are testing the floor.
Low unemployment, like 4-year low unemployment was just reported. And then, and he's basically saying in spite of the job market, we're still not looking at a cut in the next meeting. So I think that's a pretty, combined with the BOJ, this idea that we might not even know when we get the next rate cut in America, is I think a scary picture for growth stocks.
So you sound a bit bearish.
A little. I mean, this market turns so fast. Like right now, we have a pretty short-term outlook always.
This guy's
and like
talking
the
about
net option
Tesla.
sentiment, especially at the market level, is one of the things that
Already
drives that. We've called like 5 market flips this year pretty accurately with that when we just see a big change.
Action.
Like probably the biggest one was on October 9th. We actually
2 hour
saw
on
48 hours before that. We saw QQQ net option sentiment go to like a bullish level of 30 all the way down to 0. And we're like, this is scary. We don't see it very often. And that was before a big correction. So we can afford to take a very short-term look as a result of that. And yes, I absolutely think where it is right now is scary, but I was calling this market like the buy the dip market all summer.
Still bearish.
And I
the
don't
market
think
is.
we've quite left that market yet.
But I don't know if they want to break the floor. There could be a bullish. There could be a bear trap here, but I mean, it's not a bullish environment.
By that. In October, the market flipped on a Truth
all heading
Social
lower.
post. So what had you seen
QQQ is
other
chopping,
than that?
losing,
Because that
showing.
caught the markets off by
IWM is
surprise
going
and
to the
was
bottom
at
of the
10
trend
to
line,
10.
showing that is not
we have
bullish.
a really,
That's actually kind of
QQQ
terrifying.
and option sentiment is a really good sensitive
Tesla
number.
showing
And
lower
we're
here.
picking up like changes in what we would call like robotic institutional signatures in pricing specifically.
Insane,
so we get to
still
the bottom of
bearish.
a lot of this stuff. We actually went back and forth with someone on X, and they basically thought that there was some things in the international
4 people said good day. 0 people said bad day.
that was
6
maybe
people said
picking that up,
okay
and algorithms
day. Wow,
were
that's a
reacting
crazy
to that.
pull.
But
In
whether
the
it
WhatsApp
was
group,
that,
really? No one had a bad day.
some people are
It's
getting
personal.
wind
Whoa,
of some of these news stories before they happen and playing them, like, who knows?
Interesting. We haven't got much time left, but I do want to talk about sort of stocks that you own, you like, on your radar. Talk us through AST Space Mobile. Obviously, a competitor to Starlink. There's a lot going on in that space. It's pretty exciting as well. You've got some uranium names in there, AppLovin as well, catching a lot of attention. Quite volatile, actually. Talk us through why.
ASTS, very high. It has a 90 in our growth rating, 100 in upside, 91 net option sentiment, so very good scores all around. And then we always look for like the backing of that in terms of the fundamental story. And the fundamental story with them is Starlink is really their only competitor, but Starlink has an exclusive with T-Mobile.
We ain't talking about AST bullshit. Sorry.
CEO Vlad Tena. Vlad, always good to have you. Why are you doing this?
Yeah, we're not watching this either.
Micron said to report.
LOD is not breaking here. It is bounce trying. So Small cycle.
Now for Options Corner, joining us to take a deeper look at the chart is Rick Duquette, lead market technician. All right, so Amazon's been the underperformer within the Mag 7. Which ones do you notice?
Yes, exactly. I mean, it now has the dubious distinction of being the Mag 7's worst performer year to date. Google, Tesla, Nvidia are the top three, by the way. But Amazon only up about 1% versus the S&P up almost 16% on the year, and the Mag 7 group up about 19% or so. When we also look at Amazon versus the other major players in this e-commerce retail space here, it's a very clear dispersion here. Baba is the top of the pack here. Target is the worst. I guess it could be worse for some of these other names. Target down about 25.7%. So now, if we were to look at our candle chart for Amazon more specifically, we can see that the price activity has been kind of triangular here. We have this more gradual trend line sloping up across the lows. We have a sharper one starting at these highs and moving down across these subsequent highs here and here. So now we're kind of converging. We're going to come to the conclusion of this particular pattern one way or the other, simply because we're running out of space. If we were to start moving lower, many traders likely would have their eye here, the 211 level, a low point after a small gap to the upside, and then tested 2 more times to the upside. Our recent highs, 232, those stand out. We can also see 239 to 242, this area here that marks a significant old set of highs here. So that gives us a further resistance zone to consider. If we were to look at our moving averages, we can see that we have a confluence, our 5, 63, and 21-day EMAs all coming together right about here near 229. Meanwhile, RSI moving lower, following our trend line down and below the 50 midline. So a bit more of a bearish lean, but we can also see the 251, our long-term yearly EMA, that could be supportive near about 216, lining up with our recent lows. Finally, if we look at volume profile, we can see that our point of control, our heaviest trading area of all, comes in right here, just below 222, another significant node right to the upside here near about 234 or so.
All right, thank you, Rick. Now to take us through an example trade, we've got Tom White, senior options contributor and co-host of Fast Market. So Tom, what's the approach you would take for an example trade, especially given what Rick went through on that chart and given the underperformance of Amazon year to date?
Yeah, it's underperformed, and implied volatility levels, as it's kind of consolidated at these levels, has come in. So I looked at a strategy that avoids earnings. Earnings comes at the beginning of February. So I went up to the January 16th monthly options here. So I've got 30 days to expiration. So I got plenty of time on this type of trade. I'm looking at a bullish call vertical here to take advantage of that lower implied volatility levels. That makes these vertical cost less if implied volatility levels are lower. So going out to that January 16th monthly options, we're going to buy the at-the-money 225 strike call. The stock's up here a little bit.
Yeah, we ain't watching this shithole, bro.
I'm Nicole Pedalides at the new.
I don't fuck with that part, so.
Right away to help set up the action today. All right, KG, so when I think about yesterday, futures were actually higher, but ultimately we finished lower on the S&P 500. What do you make of this?
Yeah, we continue to see a lot of volatility in the market. If we actually look at yesterday, before the market opened, and even in the overnight session, we did actually see some pressure to the downside. We had buyers kind of stepping in. We opened up a little bit lower, and then we did see a little bit of a flush midday, and then a rally to end the day here. So overall, we continue to see this gyration in the market. And once again, we continue to have also this rotation trade taking place. It's been the broadening trade over the last 2 weeks or so. Yesterday was more concentrated in the sectors that we know and love as far as trying to move the S&P 500, the NASDAQ 100 to the upside. Information technology,
so much liquidity, they go crazy low now.
Services really led the way here. And you did, obviously you kind of talked about it here, was the tech stocks that have been beaten up is where the flows actually went yesterday. Now, is that going to hold? I think that's the big question, at least for now, leading up to Friday, which is going to be the options expiration. But it does appear that the market is trying to at least try to bid, especially for the S&P 500, around the 6,800 level, trying to defend it as much as it possibly can. And from a technical standpoint, Diane, we hit two key areas of support, the 20-day moving average and the 50-day moving average yesterday was actually tested, and so some buyers stepped in, which is kind of what you expect if you believe in technical analysis here. And if you're looking at the Mag 7 or the Mag's ETF, if you will, it also tested the 20 and 50-day moving average and held as well. So a technical bounce, at least for now, you have to have it proven. We need to see some follow-through on some larger volume. But yesterday, once again, a little bit more concentrated. Now, the only thing that you can take away if you are a bear and you're negative about this market, those sectors and the volume that corresponded with the move to the upside was actually relatively light. So light volume update for a lot of those stocks here doesn't give you true conviction, but price action is obviously going to be the number one thing that we do focus on, and that does mean that price is advanced. Volatility also is kind of a little bit cheap, still sitting at around 16 and a half at this point in time. And if you kind of look at a volatility chart and you kind of see the basing formation taking place and some key technical indicators, you could make the case that maybe volatility will re-rate higher to a 20 or 21, 22 VIX here over the next week or so before actually fully crushing, leading to that Santa Claus rally at year-end. It seems like that's more of the technical setup right now.
Okay, so it's too early to say that the tech trade is back. Paying attention to certain levels also and flows when it comes to that rotation. Let's talk about the moves in oil. Oil right now higher by more than 1.5% for West Texas Intermediate, about $56 a barrel. But it comes after oil finished yesterday at the lowest level in nearly 5 years. It feels like there's a lot of things swirling around and impacting oil prices. What's your take?
Divergence everywhere.
Yeah, we did see a pretty sharp sell-off yesterday, oil trading around that $55 level. Now, some buyers have stepped in. I think that's a key technical area of support after failing the 57.5 level. But we also have some news coming out from the White House. President Trump did post on Truth Social yesterday that he's initiating a total and complete blockade against sanctioned tankers from Venezuela or transporting Venezuelan oil here. So that's why you are seeing that bid overnight, which once again, the oil market has seems like it has really discounted geopolitical risk. This could actually have an impact. If we want to provide a little bit of context here, Venezuela generates or produces around between 750,000 to around 950,000 barrels of oil per day. It's heavy sour crude, very heavy, and it does take a lot to process here. 80% of that production is being exported over to China. So this is going to have an impact between China and U.S. trade relations. I'm sure China has already issued some statements regarding this blockade notice here. But will it have a major impact on the global logistics and supply chain of oil? Diane, it won't. I mean, 800,000 barrels, let's just average it out, 800,000 barrels a day that could be impacted by this. Will have an immediate impact when it comes to the short term, but could also be offset by a lot of the other heavy sour producers around the globe over the long term. But this could be the start of something bigger, and we have to be mindful of that. Now, if you're looking at the sanctioned tankers, there's around 30 of them that are operating right now near Venezuela or in Venezuela at ports. This will be the major test. Are we actually going to, I mean, we've already seen this happening in real time when it comes to obtaining some of these tankers, but when you're talking about 20 or 30 assets that are within the region, are we actually going to create that blockade? I think that's going to be a key telltale sign for us. And the
candles coming in, green forward. Spiking, but
once again, the supply side fears when it comes to gluts is still overshadowing the near-term geopolitical risk. Decent bid, but I think if you're an oil bull and you want to see oil back to $75 or $80 a barrel, you're going to need more than just Venezuela, sanctioned blockade, if you will, in order to sustain those prices higher.
Okay, let's talk about one member of the Mag 7, Amazon. There's reports that it is in talks with OpenAI about Amazon making a multi-billion-dollar investment, big investment in OpenAI. The street doesn't seem bothered by it, at least today, and Amazon's been the underperformer year to date in the Mag 7. What's your take here?
Yeah, it seems like this deal is still being hashed out, and the specifics are still unclear. But it does appear that Amazon could potentially invest up to $10 billion or even exceed $10 billion with OpenAI. This could also then require OpenAI to leverage Amazon's chipsets, especially when you're looking at the Trainium chipset, which is more on the TPU side and has gained a lot of favor over the last, say, month and a half or so. So this is another deal that you could put in the portfolio for for OpenAI that could be down, that could come and be announced here over the next couple of days or even a couple of weeks. And we've already seen around $1.4 trillion worth of commitments from OpenAI with other companies. And this one is another one where they're diversifying their inference capabilities by leveraging Amazon's infrastructure here, which will be interesting. And this is kind of the new trend when it comes to OpenAI. I mean, they do not have this agreement with Microsoft anymore, where it comes to Microsoft basically has to have first bid on any type of deal that they make. That has now been changed with this reorganization within OpenAI. So you are seeing more deals being made. You are seeing Amazon up about 1.3%. So you are seeing some enthusiasm, not a massive move to the upside. Let's see if the price actually does hold, but it doesn't seem like the market's really too skeptical around this deal. $10 billion is a lot of money for you and me. But in the grand scheme of things, this is on the lower end for the deals that OpenAI has inked with other companies within the technology space.
Absolutely. That took my 490 profits. 10 billion. All right, let's talk about your levels on the S&P 500. We're looking forward today to the upside and the downside, KG.
Yeah, and we just want to be mindful. These are support and resistance levels that we are looking at because of options flows within the...
I am very sorry, but people that are active can only join the WhatsApp group. We had somebody post in the WhatsApp group 2 days ago, or in the YouTube chat 2 days ago, hey, I've been watching your channel for 1 year. Let me join, blah, blah, blah. I checked the channel history, and because something happened, like I DM'd them, hey, please stop reacting and messaging and replying to every single thing on purpose. I don't know why you're doing that. And then she was like, hey, F you, I'm not even in your community. But like she censored out the F you, and I was like, what? And then I removed her, and then I went to go check the channel history, and the channel history said the only time she was on my channel was the one time that person over there was off for whatever reason, and it said September 20 something. And then the only other time that she said blah 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 was literally 2 days ago, when she was like, hey, I've been watching your channel for 1 year. My channel's been up for 5 months, so doesn't even make sense. But yeah, I realized that some people are just trying to say some things to get into whatever, to do what they want to do. But my community is none of that. My WhatsApp group community is actually just for, people that are active and people that aren't trying to talk about what they want to talk about, and people that aren't really active in the WhatsApp group, nor either are they active in the YouTube chat, will be removed. And I mean, I'm talking about people that aren't just literally talkative or at all, because there are some people that have been in there for a long time, and I just haven't done anything. So that's what I'm talking about too. But yeah, I don't know. Just because someone says they've been watching for 1 year doesn't mean none of that, right? You can actually just yeah. So let's just keep it positive. There's no need to, lie about nothing. Like, if you don't want to watch, and if you watch something else, that's okay too. I'm just saying, like, there's no need to lie about anything, to get into anything, because the WhatsApp group's nothing. It's actually only something for people that are active watchers, and just, yeah. I keep things very real, right? I wanted to send a screenshot yesterday, but I also didn't, because yeah, it's what it is. But it says President Trump is addressing the nation today at 9 p.m. Something's going on today. Important too. Maybe. Think about too. Let's see. Yeah, Nvidia down crazy right now. Nvidia in a complete downward trend. I did not want to play the 3/3, but I mean, hey, when did I do the video? When it was at 198, and then to here, and then I never played, and then I did here to 190 to somewhere here, and then I left. But this is the 3/3. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, and they're using all this bullish momentum to go lower, and then they might go lower and then figure out what they want to do. IWM going back into the wedge, SPY going lower, Tesla going lower. Everything is still bull trapping. This is a fake out breakout of the knife wedge, right? I said there's a wedge forming, knife forming on IWM. I said QQQ is in some sort of a regular downward trend line that is in a still widening out. SPY is completely widening it out way more. So there is some sort of market you know what I was saying? I need some water. I need water. Thank you all. 150 people here. Please, let's get the thumbs up on the video. Up. Thank you so much. How expensive is gas now? They ain't doing nothing but grinding lower right now. they not. Yo, fucking Nvidia crazy. Look at this shit though. What did I say yesterday? I think people that were really here watching and listening, I literally said yesterday, Nvidia is chopping and doing nothing, chopping and doing jack crap nothing until it decides to do something. But like, wow. Look at that, no move, and look at that, 178 to 170. That's 4% apparently. That is insane. No move, and then huge move in the 3/3 lower. Dr. Burry. In control. I'm staying in my Tesla into Friday. Wow, low key. I want to see what the market does too. I don't have any plans on SPY and QQQ, to be honest. I'm just watching at this point on SPY and QQQ. I mean, they really just did what they did, and then now it's like there's so many bears here, so a lot of bulls waiting up there too. I don't know. I need to wait for a cycle and everything to form, basically. Tesla. I really do want this shit to go lower, but I don't know how it's going to with the market like this. Like, how do you even? This is like small scalping up and down. You know what I mean? Like, how the fuck do you even do it? Think of anything here on IWM and SPY and QQQ? It literally did the move. The move was chop, chop, chop with the algo range, and then drop all that shit off. And then now that we're down here, all I can do is just wait for the market to finish out the 3/3 and then cycle confirm something try at the minimum. There is no cycle confirmation tried, so I must be a little patient. Alright, Daddy Tom Lee said, why on 2025, why the first half may be tough 2 days ago, and wow, maybe he dropped it so perfectly in time. Everyone's now like, Tom Lee, oh my god, Tom Lee. Yeah, Tom Lee, man. Love Tom Lee. I like Tom Lee more than Dan Ives. Kathy Woods on CNBC.
Go to Deirdre Bosa. Hey, Dee.
Hey, good morning, Carl. So Google just announcing its latest AI model called Gemini 3 Flash, quote, wow. Frontier intelligence
no
built
bounce
for
yet
speed
either.
at
You're just
a
fucking
fraction
going
of the
lower
cost.
and lower,
now,
man. Like,
it prioritizes
squeezing
speed
lower.
and
Look at this IWM broke out again.
And this is really another part of
1
the
minute
AI
gap.
race
Look at this 1 minute gap and it filled.
For real use.
I literally said there's a 1 minute gap here, right? And it came back and filled that, and it made another 1 minute gap and it filled that too.
AI has to run inside of search, ads, Gmail, docs, etc., and in the cloud at massive scale.
Traders
in those
are
businesses,
just liquidity in the roaring 20s,
that
man.
matters more than maximum deployment. Now, we're seeing the same trade-off globally, particularly in China, where good enough models enable broader access and real-world adoption at scale. Google can run AI at both ends of the market because it has the best models and the most practical one. It owns the pipeline. That's how it's able to do both of these. Now, on the other side of Alphabet, meanwhile, there's Waymo. The company is in talks to raise more than $15 billion at a valuation as high as $110 billion, more than double its last round. its last valuation, too, according to a source familiar with the discussions. Now, Waymo continues to extend its lead in autonomous driving, and our own Jen Elias has reported that Sundar Pichai has said that Waymo will meaningfully contribute to Alphabet's financials as soon as 2027. Now, Alphabet is leading the round, but like the last one, outside investors, they will get a chance to buy in, and that gives Google more financial flexibility as Waymo expands without carrying, the full cost on its own balance sheet, and also keeps the option open for a future
The MACD is so oversold right now. Look at the fucking MACD.
Look at
this Tesla. I don't even know if they can go lower. I'm just saying they want to go lower because
or outlook evaluation at all.
I don't even think they can go lower.
You mean sort of the value that Waymo represents?
I really want them to fucking
to be honest,
go lower.
not really. I mean, we look at sort of this comparison between
maybe the market needs to close, and then they want to fucking reset shit overnight, and then they can go a little bit lower. But like, it is so oversold on the 5.
So much more is baked in, and it really does.
Maybe we're not looking at the 15. Let's look at the 15.
Far less appreciated, particularly when you consider that it's delivering 450,000 rides a week without any kind of safety driver. So that gap between Waymo and everyone else trying to do robotaxis is only widening and feels very underappreciated.
It's interesting. You've told viewers before about the number of miles logged. I mean, they're light years ahead of what
I don't know why the RSI didn't come back when the MACD pulled back like that, though. Like,
Tesla robotaxis in Austin, but Tesla's at 490. That's an all-time high.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's that promise, right? And the Tesla bulls will say that Tesla's more vertically integrated, right? They have the vehicle, they have the software, they have the ride sharing platform itself, whereas Google and Waymo, the Alphabet subsidiary, is sort of tapping into different vendors, and ultimately some of what the Tesla will say is that that's harder to scale. Yes, that might be true in the future, but right now we are
talking about Tesla.
Incredible scale from Waymo.
Okay, Deirdre, thank you.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully...
I wasn't listening to them. Fuck, my bad. Okay, IWM is trying to turn bullish here. Let's see if it actually is true. This is the 3rd time.
All have our thing in stocks and workouts. 32% of S&P 500 earnings and command over 41% of total market cap, levels not seen since at least 1980. Of course, the Mag 7 is the main component of these 10 stocks. These stocks are up on average 21% this year compared to a 15% gain for the good old S&P 500, according to our own data. Alphabet is the top performer with an advance of 62% amid optimism on its new Gemini 3 model. And staying on stocks, the Dow Jones and Transportation Average, which tracks 20 large companies ranging from railroads to airlines, is up about 11% this year and approaching an all-time high hit in November 2024. In the past 6 months alone, the transports are up a sizzling 19% compared to a 14% gain for the S&P 500. The read here, friends, maybe weak jobs numbers aren't capturing the strength in the economy as seen through companies that handle packages and other freight. There's also something else not being talked about with the transports, I argue. A lot of them have morphed into AI plays. I talked with the CEO of C.H. Robinson, Dave Bozeman, in a new drop of my opening bid on Fed's podcast. Shares of this Dow transport
I think they're winning right now.
55% this year, and AI is a big reason why, Bozeman tells me.
You have shippers or customers. They want to move their goods from one origin to a destination.
Ratio. Let's see.
On the other side of it, you have capacity. These are our carriers that will go and move those products. I always say that we are the company that is getting this AI benefit because we're at the end of the bullwhip. The end result is we've had a 10x usage in our models with a 25 to 30% reduction in cost.
They've crushed it. And who doesn't love a public relations brawl between rich and powerful media execs? I love it, and I know you love it. And I suspect the investors of Warner Brothers are loving it too, as their stock price continues to be supported by Netflix duking out with Paramount Skydance. Warner Brothers threw its latest punch in the face of Paramount Skydance today. It rejected its $108.4 billion hostile takeover, saying it failed to provide adequate financing assurances. In other words, Warner Brothers is worried if Oracle billionaire Larry Ellison will truly backstop the transaction his son David badly wants to make. And Netflix co-CEOs Ted Sarandos and Greg Peters tossed some shade Paramount's way on this front in a new letter out today. They said, quote, there are no contingencies, no foreign sovereign wealth funds, and no stock collateral or personal loans tied to this deal. But like for
well, so there may. You ever get a quote that just makes you laugh because otherwise?
Yeah. They are talking about something useless. Oklo. I remember hearing about this shit. My friend being in Oklo a couple of months ago.
Cold War and wonder, is that a good thing? Is that safe?
It's great. That's one of the things we demonstrated and showed is you can do it very safely. What's really important about it is this is a huge opportunity to fuel reactors, basically to build them sooner and faster. One of the big challenges, I think, is we've looked down the path over the next few years about how quickly we can build new power plants. The nuclear power plant specifically is a fuel shortage. This solves it. We were going to basically spend as a country $20 billion to take 30 tons plus of this material.
Tilray's doing
not kidding
after
you,
all
mix
this
it with
shit.
sand
Let's go
and
look at
kitty litter,
SPX.
not kidding you, and bury it in the desert. It's kind of silly because you could instead use that to power several gigawatts of new nuclear power.
SPX right now.
And so we've been working since since the summer to sort of help build out the case for how you can do it and why you can do it. We have a history of doing this successfully around the country, and we just hit some big milestones in this week to prove out some of the inherent safety features of a fast reactor with plutonium.
Someone sent me a screenshot of their chat. It says trollers go away, and they have fucking like 600 fucking bots turned on. That shit is fucking hilarious.
Like this. We made a bunch of it in the Cold War. We don't need it anymore. So we were going to get rid of it through a couple different patterns. It's a finite resource. It's really a bridge fuel. So think about it like this. It's a replacement for our shortages in our normal uranium fuel supply chain, and it can replace that.
It's the last time I'm gonna bring that shit up, but
what? So then we can basically make fuel out of plutonium that looks the same, more or less, out of the fuel you would use with low-enriched uranium for our reactors. And then we can just build plants sooner because this material is
Man, somebody please tell me what's going on
fabricated
over
today
there.
compared to building up the fuel supply chain.
Just for curiosity's sake, if somebody knows what I'm talking about, let me know what happens one day if it's bullish, bearish, and let me know how that is.
So to me, this is a actual massive change in getting rid of
how it's going
big growth bottlenecks for new nuclear, which
you know what I'm saying in terms of the joke with
sort of supply chain build out, because we can now bring in this bridge fuel that the plutonium that we have as a leftover material we're going to get rid of anyway can be used as. Again, it's a finite resource. It's not going to be replaced. It's just use it to kickstart this buildup of new nuclear. It's kind of maybe not the best analogy, but it's a little bit like a fire starter in a fireplace. You can just get more going sooner that then you can gradually replace into as the rest of the commercial fuel supply chains fully kick in.
All right, we'll take your word for it, not being a nuclear scientist. So clearly you sound excited about it. I guess the question that investors really want to know is, does it accelerate your stated timeline for building these reactors?
IWM at the downward trend line.
If you look at the biggest challenge, you know, this is one of those things that now we have enough fuel that's coming forward from these programs. I say we as a society, right? Because the country's making this available to build more than 2 gigawatts of new nuclear power capacity. And that fuel is available today, whereas we're not going to be getting much commercial fuel until 28, 29, kind of at best. So while we can build our first couple plants, this doesn't really change our first couple plant schedule, but it changes the growth after that. And that's what's so important. It means more plants sooner by 2030, 2021, 2022, and it literally fills a gap of about 2 gigawatts of fuel capacity that we would otherwise need over the next, we think, sort of 7 to 10 years. So it accelerates building out that much capacity faster. It changes the economics because it can be much more economically attractive by using this material. And it basically gets rid of this supply chain bottleneck that, doesn't inhibit things. It just slows
1 minute gap
down
is already
growth.
filled.
Now that's going away with this program. And what we did in Nevada earlier this week was pretty cool because we actually took a system critical. We ran it for a little bit. We proved out these great inherent kind of safety and inherently stabilizing features of the system. It was pretty dang cool.
Consolidation at the floor. Consolidation at the floor. Yeah, they brought Oklo up crazy and then dropped it crazy, so. That is
for the big picture, so let's welcome in the team from Charles Schwab. We've got Joe Mazzola, head trading derivatives strategist at Charles Schwab, and Kathy Jones, chief fixed income strategist, Schwab Center for Financial Research. Joe, let's just start with you. Obviously, we're back to seeing some rotation in this market out of some of the technology names, which did actually stage a late-day recovery yesterday, but we're back to that sort of prevailing narrative that we had been seeing over the last course of the couple of weeks as that steam comes out of some of these high-flying tech names. What do you make of it?
Well, I think it puts a lot more of onus on Micron to deliver tonight. I mean, if you look at kind of what the market's done post Oracle and Broadcom last week, it's been a lot of choppy trading.
Anyone know anything about
so what we've seen specifically,
I don't know jack shit about Micron. I used to look at Micron when I was young, like 2 years ago,
rotation, and who's benefited? It's been the cyclical names, it's been financials.
Was that a thing back then?
It's been industrials. It's been discretionary. That's where we're starting to see a lot of that investor flow. And I think Kathy can probably talk to rates to a little bit, but I mean, just the steepening of the yield curve is really helpful.
State of the rotation trade. NQ down. Tech down crazy. Look at that shit. RTY crazy up.
Financials as well too. So what is interesting is that when you look at the breadth, there's been some constructive work underneath the surface. And what I think is really kind of fascinating is that you can continue to have a market that, let's be honest,
tech sell-off?
It's
entire week.
It's consolidating a bit. It's
AVGO,
not setting new highs,
Meta,
but it's holding
Tesla,
up in the face
Nvidia.
of some weakness in technology. So I think that's an interesting takeaway.
Tesla.
And Kathy, as Joe just mentioned there, obviously we've had a lot of guests coming on saying that they do see opportunities in financials because of that steepening yield curve. What are you seeing out there right now?
The bond market's relatively quiet, but as Joe mentioned, the steepening of the yield curve is the dominant trend, and we think that will continue. It's been the dominant trend for quite some time. So we still have the likelihood of a couple of Fed rate cuts. I think the market is currently pricing in two more
so damn bearish
into 2026. We'll see how that plays out. But at the long end of the curve, you have a higher and higher supply due to rising deficits.
Liquidity
you have rising global yields. And
see, the video I'm going to send today, actually the video I sent yesterday is why does the market run on algo range, and why does the market have algos, right? And it's to create liquidity at the floor and at the roof. Right? Why does the market create algo ranges to chop at the roof? Why does the market create algo ranges to chop at the floor? To create liquidity. Liquidity meaning what? Liquidity to do something. From 12 to 12:10. What does that mean? Liquidity. 12 to 12:10. Right? All these cycles, all the people, all the bulls and bears saying this is bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish. Volume, bullish, bearish, all that is just volume, liquidity at the floor using algo range. At the floor, this is the floor, not the roof, not the middle. So, right, why do people want to go in at the floor, long or short? Because of candles, and candles are traded with these algo ranges.
The countries, Japan's marching on its way to 2% for the first time in decades. Some uncertainty about the trend in inflation, whether it will turn lower, and all that adds up to the steeper yield curve, and we think that continues. Now, it's a pretty quiet market now. We're kind of in the holiday period, so I don't expect a lot of fireworks here, and a lot of focus will probably be on who's going to be running the Fed come mid-2026.
Oh, absolutely. And obviously there's been a lot of conversations around that as well. We're now seeing reports out of the Wall Street Journal that, potentially Waller is being considered too as far as an interview. So it's not just the Kevins. Joe, let's just get back to you. I mean, what sort of levels are you looking at? What are the technicals suggesting to you? Because everybody's sort of wanting to know whether we're going to or not going to get this sort of Santa rally come next week.
Yeah, we really haven't had it, have we? Basically, if you look at the S&P 500 overall,
the new LOD.
Down a little over 1%, month to date, where the equal weight, right? This is the rotation that we're talking about. The equal weight's actually up, so you got a little spread there. I think, what's been interesting to me is just the change in kind of the market dynamics intraday, right? The futures have been, we've had a couple days where we've had some strong futures movements overnight, just haven't had the follow through during the day. And then, you'll get some of this midday grind and then a rally into the close like we saw yesterday, but it's still down.
Damn. Huh. These people screaming bullish, 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 bearish, 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 huh?
I think what's been interesting to me is just the change in kind of the market dynamics intraday, right? The futures have been, we've had a couple days where we've had some strong futures movements overnight, just haven't had the follow through during the day, and then you'll get some of this midday grind and then a rally into the close like we saw yesterday, but it's still down. When I look at kind of the overall technicals, a couple of things that I'm paying attention to right now, you've got an RSI that's showing some weakening. You have trend strength based on
remembers on FOMC day there was news saying smart money is hedging downwards, right?
Trend strength, and once again kind of feeding into that consolidating theme. And I would say the last thing is that when you're looking at kind of where we're sitting right now,
guys, let's get the like
average,
up,
the
please.
Just really trying
we
to
have
figure out what it wants to do.
people here,
and you could make a case, I think, from a bull and a bear
half
case
the people that are watching,
at this
60
point,
people,
in terms
people,
of direction. But
please do me a favor and
kind of
hit
going
the
back to
thumbs
the
up
bond
on the
yields, I think
YouTube
as
video,
long
please.
as
Thank
we
you so much,
continue
but
to
please,
see
please
that
hit the
bond
thumbs
yield
up video.
volatility
All
abate,
together
right,
now,
kind of stay within
push it up to 100, 120,
fairly shallow
so
range,
much.
which we've seen recently. I think that provides a pretty good backdrop for equities, and I think you might start to see some of that rotation back into tech if that does occur.
And Kathy, obviously today we are sort of sandwiched between key prints as far as economic updates here. We got the jobs data yesterday, which looks looked a bit mixed. Retail sales also painted a pretty split picture there, depending on where you're looking. And then obviously we've got some inflation out tomorrow. What are you looking out for, and what have you made of the data so far?
Well, it's pretty clear that the labor market is softening. It's actually kind of stalled and has been stalled for quite some time. It doesn't mean it's deteriorating rapidly, but it is deteriorating slowly, and that's certainly a consideration for the Fed. I think that keeps 1 or 2 more rate cuts in play for the Fed. And we also saw a little bit of easing in wage growth.
We all see you tomorrow as well, guys. Thank you so much.
Continues to keep those rate cuts
10,
in play.
12 of you guys that have just hit the thumbs up on the video. Thank you guys all so much for the love and support you show for the channel every day.
Tell us. But again, the Bureau of Labor Statistics is just really getting back up to speed, and the problem is that inflation has remained sticky near that 3% area. If it starts to trend down in a steady fashion, month after month, then I think the market will be pleased with that.
Trying
we'll
to
see
bounce,
a little bit of a decline in
rejection,
yields.
rejection.
As long as it remains sticky near 3%, I think it's very hard for long-term yields to come down, or
this is
to consider that the Fed might cut rapidly.
My eyes, disgusting bearish.
We had Waller out this morning.
Does this look bullish? Like, I have no idea. Maybe it does look bearish, look bullish, but it does look disgusting. That's what I'm saying. It looks disgusting.
He's also assessing, just how much of this has been sort of taken away by AI. They're still trying to get to the bottom of that. But guys, thank you so much for helping me out today. Really appreciate your insights. Joe Mazzola, head trading derivatives strategist at Charles Schwab, and
could
Kathy
be a
Jones,
massive trap
chief
here.
fixed income strategist, Schwab Center for Financial Research.
I do want lower because of Tesla here, to be fair. So, to be fair.
Have you heard about
next year is going to be the big thing, the Fed
shakeup.
shake up.
From the opening bell for Wednesday, take a look at markets. The melt up resumes. Futures indicating
Tesla
a triple-digit
going lower,
gain at the
SPY
start
going
of
lower,
the Dow
LOD
up
testing,
117 right now.
IWM trying to go lower,
Nasdaq right now up 62 points going into the Wednesday trading session. Warner Brothers rejected
Did we get a breakthrough or not?
Bid. The board called Paramount's bid inadequate. In a new letter to shareholders, raising concerns about the Ellison family's funding commitment. The board of Warner Brothers says the deal carries too much risk and that the Netflix deal is better.
Looks bearish.
And that its studios and HBO Max remain superior with stronger backing and more certainty. Warner Brothers has always wanted to do Netflix over Paramount. Warner has been engaging with all parties, however it says.
The RSI has been reset on Tesla throughout all this chop.
Paramount's offer is set to expire January 8th with the possibility of extensions. We are now waiting to see if Paramount raises the bid.
The lower price targets that most people want may be coming after hours too. That's the thing. They might trap all this shit just because of the candles here.
Louis, great to see you.
So many zero DT bears hoping and bulls hoping here too. But what if they're burning all the bulls and then they make every bear hope and then they burn them all? So it's just going to be candle flying at this point in the 3/3.
I'm rooting for Paramount. Larry Ellison.
I'm rooting for Tesla lower.
So. Well, of course, it's his son, but we like Larry.
Figuring out what to do.
Yeah.
I don't think they broke the floor. They did not buy cents here.
What do you think?
At 12.15. Rejected at 12.10.
So you're not counting Paramount out just yet?
Oh, not at all.
Not at all.
Time is 12:20.
What about the broader markets? I mean, Federal Reserve Chairman Jay Powell just cut interest rates, but we're all expecting a lean into lower interest rates in the new year because President Trump's going to put in a new chairman. The president is interviewing Fed Governor Christopher Waller today. He's considering his choice to succeed Powell, and we know that the president has already interviewed Kevin Warsh and Kevin Hassett, both viewed as the leading contenders
what is that
for the
spike
role.
candle?
Do you think one impacts markets better than the other or more than the other, et cetera?
I think Kevin Hassett will be.
QQQ just reverted. IWM
he's
said.
The happiest person on the planet.
Wow. What is that candle?
We've never had a happy Fed chairman. You know how they. You know, I think it would be good to have a cheerleader for America.
$2 candle on Tesla too. What is that candle?
Council of Economic Advisors, but I think he'd be
wow,
incredible.
bear trapped all these shits. Burnt all the calls too, but bear trapped all these people. This is some nasty shit.
The economy, and I asked him about Kevin Warsh versus Kevin Hassett. Watch this.
Kevin Hassett is an eminently qualified PhD economist with a great background. Kevin Warsh, and I've known both of them for 20 years, Maria. Kevin Warsh has been in.
Someone said this looks like a cup forming, but I highly doubt it because there's barely any confirmations off the floor forming.
They both have experience at the Fed. Kevin Warsh as a governor.
I think this is just some sort of.
Kevin Hassett as an
maybe IWM has the biggest case for a cup forming. Maybe IWM has the biggest case for a cup forming.
But the new year, which is expected to be
looks
strong.
terrible. And SPY looks like there's not that much cycle confirmation building at the floor too.
Well, we're going to hit 5%
maybe
GDP
IWM looks like it's the only thing that really has good cycle confirmation here to maybe try, but I just don't believe in SPY QQQ at this point. Time is only 12:20 midday, so if they flip it and run to VWAP, they would flip it on everybody, and
obviously a lot
that would take
was
a lot of power.
And the data centers. But if you look at the data centers, their order backlogs are up 20% quarter over quarter.
That would take a lot of power.
So we're going to enter the new year with just
getting ahead of ourselves on
5% GDP growth, and it's not inflationary.
Could.
There's deflationary forces all around the world. We
could show
deflation
for the next 5 minutes
China. Real estate prices are still very soft. Rentals are down the last 4 months. We want to see what the owner's equivalent rent is in the CPI tomorrow. But I think we are getting close to deflation, and if every economist is trained to fight that, so we got to lower rates a lot.
I got to underline
if
what
it
you
flips
just
up,
said. You're expecting
maybe 674 point somewhere, 675 safe, but I think anything above that might be getting dangerous. They're burning all these bears too while they're doing this shit,
you
but
gotta expect that markets react to that as well, right?
I'm just gonna stay silent. We'll see.
What President Trump has to do, he has to cheer everybody up. He has to
IWM coming in with 2 spike 1 minute candles. Things are trying its best to show a bullish pattern, bullish cycle.
But they have a great
we'll see if this bullish candle, bullish cycle is real.
I love Howard Lutnick. I know him personally. And Kevin Hassett's great. So, I mean, we just have 3 great cheerleaders for America. It's just time to be happy and celebrate where we are now.
Do valuations concern you in any way? We're going into the new year, and you're talking
I
about
could maybe see 674 point like 8 maybe somewhere, but
I
don't know about none of that. Like
be
all the way up
associated
there.
and invested in the same names that took us here in 25.
Yes, because the data centers are still leading the growth. So Nvidia is our largest holding by far. I love Jensen, by the way, the founder. They're still accelerating. Sales and earnings are still accelerating, and that was before they just got the China deal, the H20 chips or H200 chips. The AI pliers, AppLovin, and Palantir are great, but all the people building out the data centers, speeding things up. I mean, I just covered 45% of my portfolio.
Wow.
This does not mean they're going to reject either. This just means they're about to chop your creative cycle, by the way.
Late October, November, we had a big short covering rally, and a lot of stuff rallied that shouldn't have rallied. So what's happening now is the analysts are revising their estimates higher, and the leadership is reappearing. All those data center related things are great buys now.
Okay, so you want to be allocated toward tech going into the new year, and
Absolutely.
You're expecting a very strong macro story with 5% GDP growth.
Absolutely.
And you're not worried about inflation?
No, I think I'm more worried about deflation, because the whole world is shrinking except for America and India. America and India create households. Everybody else has stopped creating households. So when you lose households, it puts downward pressure on your economy unless you have incredible productivity gains.
Well, Louis, this is such a smart conversation. I could be doing it all day with you. We so appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Louis Navellier and Associates. We'll be right back.
These tactical winter gloves
It's an exciting day. I think that I'm here to announce the biggest merger in history, merger of Main Street and Wall Street. So thank you. I'm grateful to be with you all. An entire generation of Americans is about to learn in the most life-changing way possible how even small contributions can become generational wealth. And it's all thanks to President Trump. Trump accounts are the president's gift to the American people. They represent perhaps the most groundbreaking policy innovation of modern times.
Here they try for 674.7 somewhere.
Every American a shareholder. When every American owns a share of
I'm not doing shit here. I'm just in Tesla watching.
Every American
I'm not chasing this up, nor am I shorting this shit. I'm just chilling. I don't give a fuck.
Every American will capture a
They
portion
went bullish
of
from
the productivity
12:05 to
gains brought about by
12:25.
AI,
This is 20 minutes, so
robotics,
this is
and
the
other
3/3.
world-changing technologies. And every American will be invested in the free market system, and most importantly, its continued success. Trump accounts are not a government program. They are a radically new platform that returns us to a social contract anchored in individual ownership, where everyone starts life on an investing journey. By giving each newborn citizen a material stake in the American dream through Trump accounts, President Trump is minting future investors on every rung of the economic ladder. He is embedding financial literacy and empowering today's youth to shape their own financial future. And he is creating an ownership economy to secure the American experiment for a new generation and the next 250 years. This
only people getting hurt here is people that have played in the 3/3, basically. They're cycling before they decide what to do.
We are the most giving country in the history of the world.
And whether that means it's tomorrow or after hours or 4 p.m., nobody knows. But I mean, that's what it really means.
That facilitated philanthropy.
Why? Because the market has been going down since 10:35 into 11 and then into 11 to 11:35, 11:35
Through Trump accounts, our president is creating an ownership economy where all
citizens
become shareholders.
In that time, 11:10 to 11:50 to 12:05, it became the 3/3.
Of American adults do not own stocks. But with Trump accounts, over time, we can get that number to zero. I've talked in the past about the importance of promoting parallel prosperity. An era of economic
This doesn't mean that downward momentum's done, though. It just means that the market's cycling to do something with zero DTE.
Is that prosperity no longer runs
This is why, you know, I usually like to like momentum 1/3, 2/3, and fuck the 3/3. Even if they go lower and lower, they're going to use it to somehow something, and then some weird shit coming.
And vice versa.
I just don't like the 3/3 no matter what, up or down, to be honest. I usually try to do like, you know, 12:05 to 12:15 if I could, but like, you know how fucking hard it is to do from 12:05 to 12:15? Like, it's like there's bulls hoping here, getting data trap, bulls hoping here, data trap, bulls hoping here, data trap, bulls hoping here, data trap, and then they get released. But then if you got early, data burst, cycle burst, and it's like nothing, and it's so it's just
is wholly committed to promoting financial responsibility
environment hella bearish,
in the
and they
next
just
generation
bounce, and then reject, and then bounce, and
education
maybe a little
commission.
bit, and then it's just not the best.
Trump accounts embody the
not the
elegant
best.
alchemy of the golden age. They turn
Best from here to here, sure, but I'm talking about long money.
Greatness.
Right, this is literally why I said 674.7 somewhere. I expect the rejection. I literally said 675 maybe, but like let's look what's going on.
Accounts will be funded.
You know what I mean?
First,
this is some bigger shit than just candles. Bigger shit as in all these people that joined before, all these people that joined before, all these people that joined before, long or short, long or short, long or short, long or short, long or short. And this is just called setup.
Through the generous donations
data
of
burning
wealthy
fucking
Americans
option burning
and philanthropic organizations, and fourth, through
not bearish
donations
either,
from
but
state governments.
They're doing a
Let's
hell of
start
work
with
to
the
cause
government
still
seed.
somehow.
Thanks to President Trump,
I'm still in Tesla. I'm just
eligible
chilling.
children born between January 1, 2025 and December 31, 2028 will receive a $1,000 contribution from the Treasury Department that will immediately be invested in an index fund. To claim this investment, most families may merely check a box on Form 4547, the most aptly named tax document of all time. The compound growth from Treasury's initial seed funding alone stands to make young Americans wealthy. The S&P has grown at a rate of 10.5% each year on average since the 1950s. Assuming that growth rate continues, a single $1,000
setup, guys. This video
Trump
is like
account at birth will grow to over $600,000 by the age of retirement. Our president is putting the American dream within reach of every citizen, no matter the circumstances.
I'm not going in. I'm late on everything, so I'm just
watching. When young Americans turn 28,
they went bullish from 1205 to 1225. They're bearish trying rejection from 1225 to 1230.
Or they can use them to purchase a home or further their education.
Lower, but I'm watching
two hallmarks of the American dream. Trump accounts will benefit from the compound growth of Treasury's initial seed funding, but they can also benefit from outside donations. Starting on July 4th,
consolidation power on Tesla looks like
50th anniversary, parents, family members, employers, and friends will be able to contribute up to $5,000 to each Trump account each year. By contributing the maximum amount each year, the Council of Economic Advisors estimates that a child's Trump account would be worth more than $1 million by the time they turn 28. We foresee a day when employers offer matching contributions to Trump accounts in the same way they offer matching contributions to retirement accounts. And we foresee a day when parents contribute to their children's Trump account in the same way they contribute to their 529 account. Keep in mind that parents can create Trump accounts for any child under 18, not just those born between 2025 and 28.
Look at the MACD volume is bullish right now, and they're barely letting the thing run because it's so bearish.
Philanthropists and charitable organizations. Susan and Michael Dell have led the way by pledging to donate $6.25 billion of their own money to help fund Trump accounts for 25 million children under the age of 10. To put this number in perspective, the Dells made the single largest private commitment to U.S. children in our nation's history. Their donation provides an additional $250 in funding to Trump accounts for children across the country. The Dells donation was the starting sound in a national race to top out Trump accounts for the next generation. And this morning, I'm delighted to announce the first entrance into that race, world-renowned investor Ray Dalio. Ray has joined what we are calling the 50-State Challenge. The 50-State Challenge is a special initiative Treasury is launching today to rally the nation's philanthropists around a common cause. Through the 50-State Challenge, we are inviting every philanthropist in every state across the country to partner with us in building generational wealth for America's children through Trump accounts. Ray is representing Connecticut in the 50-State Challenge. Today, he will announce a generous contribution to boost funding for Trump accounts for kids across Connecticut. Ray has made the first move, but we welcome other donors and foundations in Connecticut and across the country to join him in the 50-state challenge. The President is calling on our nation's business leaders and philanthropic organizations to help us make America great again by securing the financial future of America's children. Given the amazing level of interest and the generous donations we have seen so far, I am confident we will see many more donations, contributions pouring in. The fourth way of funding Trump accounts is through state governments. The administration has been working closely with a number of governors to determine the best way states can work with the federal government to expand access to Trump accounts to as many children as possible. Thus far, 20 states are considering topping up the accounts. State involvement can take many different forms. States can, for example, top
I'm gonna clear the chat.
To completion of financial literacy
gotta
courses,
focus up a little bit.
or they can contribute directly to Trump accounts at birth. States are the laboratories of our democracy, and their experiments with Trump accounts will surface the best methods for funding over time. Trump accounts will not only restore the American dream for the next generation, they will make it more accessible than ever before. Together, we can usher in the President's golden age by building the most affordable, prosperous, and opportunity-rich America in our nation's history. I look forward to working with all of you to secure American prosperity.
It's bouncing, trying off the bottom.
Thank you.
What they ate for breakfast in the 1920s.
William Kellogg invented cornflakes because he couldn't get his...
This shit is long.
And now it's my great honor to introduce Speaker Mike Johnson, whom, without possible, the Trump accounts would not have been without the Trump.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I'm not okay with people that don't know what the hell they're doing on something, getting baited into doing what they don't know what the fuck to do, because that's literally what happens. So
I remember
we ain't doing all that,
Speaker
man.
Johnson told me in April, he said, "I think I can have the bill out of the House by Memorial Day." Said, really? And he did it, and which gave us a lot of momentum. Leader Thune got it across the finish line on July 4th, and again, the bill is big.
Well, it's too dangerous. I don't give a fuck.
One of the most transformative
I don't give a fuck about no candle, green, red. Oh, good time, one time. Oh, there's like people that's been doing this shit for 15, 50 years, 60 years. So
and again, Mike,
people that dedicate their lives to doing what they do are beasts at what they do. People that do not know what they're doing will always be just coming and going, and will always be just not doing what they're doing for years and years and years, and they'll always be got by people that do what they do for years and years and years and years and years and years. We ain't doing that. In front of 150 people
President
here.
Trump will have a lot of extraordinary legacy items that history will record, but one of the best choices early on was selecting this gentleman to serve in this position, and he's put together an exextraordinary team. And the truth be told, we would not have gotten the big
set up on QQQ, set up on SPY, set up on IWM.
Steady-handed leadership.
Focus.
Anyone who had a question, I drug him over here to Treasury and made him sit through a little class with the Treasury Secretary, and he helped get them to yes. So that's something history will record as well. We are so excited about this because America needs this. It's an idea that is long overdue. People have been struggling. You know, we inherited when President Trump came in and this Republican Congress took over in January. With the new administration, we inherited a real mess. We had 4 years of Bidenomics, and we all know what that did to people's pocketbooks, to their outlook on the economy, and to their real experience and having to suffer through record high levels of inflation, lower wages, and less opportunity. So when we took the reins of power, we were determined to fix all of that. We had to fix virtually every area of public policy, and we got to work on it. And the result was that big, beautiful bill, aptly named by the president, also known as the Working Families Tax Cut, because that's what we achieved. We got real economic relief on the way for the American people, largest tax cut in U.S. history.
largest savings of taxpayers' dollars at the same time, by the way. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, real relief for seniors on Social Security, all the other big benefits in the bill. But among all those features, one that I think will have a lasting effect, a truly lasting effect on the economy and the financial stability of individuals in our country at large, is the Trump account.
It's dangerous for
and what
bulls and bears are both sweating right now is what I'm saying. New money bulls, new money bears are all swaying. There's low volume. QQQ has tiny volume going bullish. IWM has tiny volume coming in out of nowhere, trying to go bearish. So still bullish RSI is, but tiny bearish volume. Things are just in.
And this is one of the primary
no momentum, just waiting for liquidity, waiting for a push, waiting for a real direction to show. Time is 12:40 right now.
For the economy. But one thing I really like, I think it's almost poetic, is that the implementation date happens to fall on July 5th of next year, right after our nation's 250th birthday. As the Secretary noted, the greatest nation in the history of the world, the most benevolent nation in the history of the world, the most successful, most free, most powerful. And there's a reason for that.
It's QQQ bearish right now. IWM is holding is all it is. That's the reality, folks.
And among them is
SPY is being dragged down a little bit. QQQ is bearish.
Individual financial stewardship and responsibility.
Is saying QQQ is bearish.
That everybody
IWM is saying we're
if you work
holding.
hard and you play by the rules and you do
SPY
your
is
best,
being
you can
slightly
get to the
dragged
next
down.
rung on that economic ladder. And now with this, there's a bit of a
Bulls and
turbo
bears are
boost
all
to that
sweating
idea.
and crying here.
And while we've always believed in private property ownership,
12:35, 12:40,
as the Secretary noted,
it's
now
just
there is
5
a
minute
platform,
up and
a new
down.
platform
Crazy.
for private ownership. What an extraordinary concept, and what a big
Not
thing to
crazy for
celebrate
me because I'm not
as we
in it
celebrate
here,
our
but I mean
nation's
I'm on Tesla. But I mean
supercentennial,
it
as
would
the
be
president
crazy
calls
if
it,
it's zero DTE,
next
bull
year.
and bear. That's what would be
idea
happening.
that
They'll be
these
sweating their ass
principles
off.
and
Right
these
here.
foundational
Be
premises
like,
that make our great
what's
nation
winning right now?
will
winning?
flourish
It's
in a
just
whole new
all
way.
trap.
So we're so excited to be a small part of
QQQ is
that.
bearish.
We're so excited for the
High
exceptional
WM is
leadership,
holding.
for the vision of President Trump.
SPY
to do
is
this.
what I don't know.
Can't wait to tell everybody about Form
gotta
45, 47. If we could only put an exclamation point at the end of the form number, that would
The
be
RSI
even
turning
perfect.
bearish here. We're at a
This is
decision
big
moment.
stuff
Market is
for
deciding
a big,
too.
incredible country. So grateful to be a small part of it. Thank you all so much for being here. God bless.
Maybe try to go lower. This is 12:25, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 now into 12:40. This is bear cycle.
Here's what a whole home water filtration system costs, including installation. Tap below to check pricing.
Thank you to Speaker Johnson.
QQ bearish, IWM holding, being let down now, right? I literally am telling you, this is what it is.
Work for
Ain't no
Trump accounts
bullshit.
being done here at the Treasury Department.
It's just reality.
In August of this year, President Trump announced a national initiative, America by Design, to improve experiences for Americans, especially involving websites where Americans interface with the United States
That's just called market index rotation, analyzation. Why am I saying the shit I'm saying? Because this is literally what I'm, you know.
We're privileged to have our Chief Design Officer, Joe Gebbia, here with us today, who's also the co-founder of a great American company, Airbnb. It's also our honor to welcome Senator Katie Britt of Alabama. Senator Britt has long been a champion of our nation's youth and was a critical partner in ensuring that Trump accounts
This is up to
made
the
it
bears
into
now
the
to
working
stop
family
or not.
tax cuts
MACD is
earlier
bearish
this year.
here. QQQ
Please
is
welcome me in
bearish
joining
here.
Joe and Senator Britt.
QQQ is bearish here. IWM is not bearish here, so it's up to the bears here now to drop it or not. They have reloaded here. They could use all this MACD to go lower again, or they stop and go to VWAP. But I mean, the chances that we go break LOD is a lot higher here than that because of setup like Tesla.
Well, thank you, Luke.
I'm going to mute up
thank
for a
you,
minute and
Secretary
get a cup of water.
It's great to be here, and it's great to share and be a part of this very big upgrade to America. This is one of the most exciting product launches coming out of Silicon Valley. I've seen a lot over my career. I have to say, it's rare that you get to see a product launch quite of this scale, quite of this excitement.
It's
and one that
bearish as fuck
deserves
short term, in my opinion.
equally
I'll be
big
right back.
storytelling
I'm on my phone
and
with my Tesla
equally
shit.
considered design. As Luke mentioned, the President signed an executive order this summer to stand up the National Design Studio with his initiative called America by Design to improve the way we communicate in America, to improve the way the government presents itself. No more do government websites need to be mediocre. Why? We can bring private sector and industry standard design, usability, technology to improve the way that America experiences the government. Now, when this initiative, if this initiative were to have launched, I'd say 50 years ago, you'd either have to walk into a building and access it or maybe get something in the mail. At the time, I imagine the building would have been beautifully designed and the mail would have been a nice form. The reality is people access the government through websites, which is why the president so strategically decided to invest in upgrading across the government. So with that, I'm excited to share a major update to trumpaccounts.gov. We'll pull the website up right now. So Trump accounts jumpstart the American dream. We're building long-term financial security for millions of children by creating tax-advantaged investment accounts for U.S. citizens under the age of 18 coming next summer in 2026. People will be able to put in their emails, which we've collected a lot so far. There's a lot of interest in this. As we scroll down the page, we give people a glimpse of what this might look like.
Market trying to balance.
Come next
QQQ is
summer,
bearish
where
today.
they get to see your child has received $1,000 from the United States Treasury Department.
SPY and IWM trying to show balance. QQQ and Tesla's bearish as fuck today.
And we have a chance to actually show children what's in those index funds. They actually get to participate in great American companies and see how their gift changes over time. As we scroll down the page, so kids get $1,000 for every American child between January 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2028. The account's fully in the child's name, and the parents become the custodian until the child turns 18. No contributions are necessary beyond the $1,000, but you can deposit up to $5,000 a year to help accelerate the growth. This will be launching, we like to say July 4th. July 5th is good too. There's 3 easy steps. Enroll your child by making an election when you file your taxes.
Right.
Second,
QQQ bearish, right? And
will receive
IWM
your
holding.
funds and activate your account. Third, sit back and watch the money grow.
Damn, Tesla.
You can contribute anytime
Bearish,
or not.
Shit.
Big things start with small steps.
Like it's the Burry Bears and the Arc Bears, huh?
Every parent just smiled. Jumpstart their financial future.
Break down LOD.
Build your child's financial
breaking down LOD.
foundation
Tesla
right
breaking
from
down
the
LOD.
beginning.
LOD. Tesla
Your
breaking
child has
LOD.
a huge head start on the
Or a
American
new
dream.
LOD on QQQ probably.
As they
New LOD, new LOD, new LOD, LOD, incoming reloaded to go lower, LOD, Tesla, LOD.
You can do up to $5,000 a year to accelerate gains.
Oh my lord, Tesla.
Your child continues to grow
Oh
up.
my.
Proven
Tesla
winners,
going.
all-American growth. Your child's funds will automatically be invested in
Wow,
American
I'm at
companies.
fucking 9.4K
The app
now.
and interface let
Holy
you see
shit.
exactly what the
480
stocks
Friday
are
puts.
that they own. And how they're performing.
Holy shit, they spiked this
Have you
bitch
heard
up to
about
479, guys, and now they're at
We need 50 homeowners in
473.
your
Oh
area
my
to try
god.
this radically simple
Reloaded, broke the wedge up, and
Growing their
fucking
finances
dumped.
and their
Oh my
education.
god, Tesla bearish as fuck.
As they get
today.
older,
QQQ
they'll learn about
bearish on
investing
Tesla
and
today.
watch their money
IWM
compound
was
in
holding
real
and it
time.
fucking trapped.
They'll gain more than just money. They'll gain financial literacy.
Oh shit.
At 18,
Oh my
Trump
god.
account is all theirs.
Yo, Tesla
They're free to
going
continue letting
fucking
it grow.
crazy now.
Or they can
Wow.
withdraw funds right away to use
Look
for
at
things
Tesla
like
today.
education or housing, with all the
Look
tax
at
advantages
fucking
of a
Tesla
traditional
today. Oh my god.
IRA.
Oh my god, yes. Yes.
Your child's account grows with them. And we modeled out. At age 18, if you didn't add anything else to the $1,000, your child would have $5,800 by the time they graduate high school. If you contributed $250 a year by age 18, you'd have estimated, forecasted,
Wow.
$20,700.
Look at Tesla, right?
And if you contributed the max
Look at this
$5,000
fucking
a year,
power up. You can't hold
by
this
age
shit. Look at this
18,
power
that
up.
would
Right?
compound to $303,800.
Power up, power up, power up. No pullback. Power up, and then
Secretary
pull
Besant
back.
gave me an idea. We're going to show
Wow.
update later today to show at age 18 and also at the
Wow.
age of retirement. So people will be able to click through this. Thank you for
All
that
right,
product
I'm out
idea.
of Tesla. 480
Secretary.
puts here.
So people can see the forecast. That they hold on to
9.6K.
this through the age of retirement. As mentioned,
Wow,
companies
I
are
was getting
stepping up.
squeezed fucking
The
nuts.
private sector is leaning into this. These are some of the first initial companies. I imagine this page will get very long.
I'm
We'll
like
have to figure out a way to
475
click
into
and see
next
the full
Friday
list
still. Wow.
At some point.
They got revived today.
And as mentioned,
67%
with the leadership
back,
of
bro.
Michael
Oh
and Susan
my God.
Dell, along today with the announcement of Ray and Barbara Dalio stepping up from the philanthropic sector. This is a pro-family initiative that will help millions of Americans harness the strength of their economy to lift up the next generation. And they'll really be getting a big jump on that.
California judge rules that Tesla has to rename autopilot because it's misleading.
We've got Q&A for parents. We think kids are going to be curious in this too. We've got Q&A for them and also for corporations and philanthropists. We'll be updating this later today with the news out of this conference.
Great.
And closing out with the next best thing to watching your child grow up is a tax-advantaged investment account that belongs entirely to them.
How the fuck is this so fucking...
So this is the big update to TrumpAccounts.gov. Thank you.
California Department of Motor Vehicle ruled Tuesday that Tesla violated state rules by marketing its driver assistant features using misleading terms like autopilot and full self-driving capability.
Absolutely incredible.
The DMV
Thank you, Senator. It's great to be with you today.
It's great
what
to be
the
with you, and
fuck?
thank you for all that you're doing.
How?
Likewise. I want to start a question for you because you were an instrumental part of the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill.
What?
Can you talk about why Trump accounts were so important to you to get into that bill?
Wow.
Yeah, look, this is transformational. You think about being a young parent, right? And so many of us remember being in the hospital and having this beautiful baby that you're going to send this child home with me in about 24 hours. And you start to think of all that you want to provide for your child. And the immediate things you think about are what's right in front of you. You know, diapers and the right car seat for safety and how are you going to make all of this work? But ultimately, what you want for your child, for every child, is a chance at the American dream. And look, after the last 4 years of the previous administration, I think all of us, it felt heavy with inflation and just the cost of life in general. Many people felt like that dream was out of reach. And the incredible thing about the working families tax cut is that President Trump said, no, we're going to make good on the promises we made to the American people. We are going to see these parents and help them provide that opportunity. And we want the next generation to be better off as a result of our leadership.
3-wave
and
drop.
I think there is no more evidence.
Nvidia nothing right now, so it's literally purely on
when we're looking
Tesla
at
and
America,
I guess QQQ
and the fact
and
that we are
IWM.
that shining city on the hill.
IWM,
Everybody
QQQ did
wants
not
to
break
be
the floor.
a part of that. And we know that about 60% of
it's
Americans
only
are invested.
That's the thing. There was so much time left.
But we know 40%
so much
are
time
not.
left to show bullish bounce to VWAP. There was so much time left to even think about LOD, and they were just cycling crazy, and then creating fucking cycle to just go fucking break it like crazy.
The 60 do. How do we close the gap between the have and the have-nots? How do we create a
Tesla went to
for these kids?
473.
Maybe in an underserved
it's bouncing right now.
Or
475.
have not previously had access to have the ability to achieve that American dream, and that's what this does.
This shit is literally
we are going to look back on this moment and see that it not only changed our nation and how we work together from government
new
to
LOD,
companies
I guess, on
to
SPY.
philanthropists. But it is truly going to change lives. And when we see these stories unfold, even in a few years for kids that are under 18, but ultimately these children that are born during President Trump's administration and have the seed money of $1,000 and what it does for them, whether it's home ownership or education or other opportunities, it is going to be remarkable, and it's going to be the envy of the world.
What do you think the impact will be at age 18 for a child who's born during this administration 18 years from now? Like, what do you imagine the impact might be?
There's a divergence at the floor.
Tremendous. I mean, I think, so
That's
I have two children, 15 and 16. And you rest assured that my husband and I are going to go ahead and set one up as soon as possible. And you think about just the growth that can occur at 18 or 28 or what could ultimately happen. But you think about a child that is born right now.
It's dangerous.
That is going to allow this to grow. And I believe that what we've seen from the Dells and what we have seen from companies already stepped up, that is just the beginning. President Trump and the Secretary have an opportunity to just inspire in a way that we've not seen any other leader be able to do. So I believe that will be compounded tremendously. And I think ultimately, you've seen the American dream slip away.
I mean, all bulls are burnt anyway, so it's like new money basically. Bulls.
So previously, people could buy their first home between
maybe saying some shit on,
26, 27 on average. Now we're looking at 38 and beyond. what this will be able to do for a down payment or an educational opportunity.
Guys, let's get the like button up on the live stream today, folks, please. I don't think today could have been any better.
I have a question for you.
I think looking at Tesla, looking at IWM, looking at QQQ, looking at the previous all-time high breakout point, looking at everything today was almost perfect today. So please, thank you so much for being here. Thank you all for stopping by. Thank you for looking at this Treasury Secretary, blah, blah, blah. Do me a favor before you head out today. Do hit the thumbs up on the like. And if you're a new watcher, hit the subscribe button. We had a bunch of people that do.
What to do online,
so thank you very much for that as well.
And so talk to me about being the head of the National Design Studio and how this project,
let's make today like 135 likes for it.
To help parents like me be able to navigate this and actually.
This is so crazy today.
Well, thank you for that
the market
question.
is so crazy today.
This is such an
Someone
important
said today has been an
initiative.
amazing day.
And
wow, good for you.
To make it sure it gets the
Think
widest
that?
adoption possible.
I mean, someone
you
must
know,
have had a dog
as
shit
designer,
terrible day today, though. I can't lie for it to be a good day. Why? Because it was so one-directional.
Whether that's the interface, or the
One-directional day.
You want to increase
Why?
conversion rate.
It literally bull trapped off
and
free
so,
market
my
again.
company
It
was
bull
really
trapped
built around that.
yesterday.
How do we apply
Bull
great
trapped
design
today
to
again.
helping somebody take a great
If you
vacation,
remember, literally look at
take a
what.
trip
Look,
somewhere,
Friday they bull
connect
trapped
with
off market open.
accommodation.
Monday they bull trapped
and so
off
this is
market
really bringing
open.
those same principles here.
Tuesday
How do we
they
have
bull
really
trapped
clear
off market
communication,
open.
really clear,
Wednesday they bull
crisp
trapped the market
messaging
open.
so
This
that
is 1,
the American
2,
at
3,
any
4 days in a row now.
Can understand how this fits into their life.
This
how
was
it
the
benefits
biggest
them.
one.
And I would imagine that, you know, as a new mom or dad in the hospital, or you know, bringing your child home, that we're going to find ways to make sure that this is front and center, that they are educated about this and can explore and also know 45, 47, you know, what to check when they're doing their taxes as well. And I'm sure that just making it easy to navigate
so much power in the market. There's divergence at the floor here.
I think, and this is really.
I think they want to go clear this shit.
You know, as a consumer of government products, as an American,
the divergence clears at the floor.
There's so much more we can be doing to tell the story.
Look at
about
the algo range. It looked bullish, and it was bullish up until here, 12.25, and then after 12.25, it looked bearish as shit, saying holding,
the mandate from the president to the National Design Studio.
Well, and I think that's what makes this administration
They're going to go clear the divergence at the floor here.
That you are the expert in how to deliver that. We've seen the success of that, and now we're allowing your talents
They're going to go clear the divergence at the floor.
To be executed in a way that everyday Americans, that moms and dads out there, they're thinking about the future of their child, are able to take advantage of it. So thank you for what you're doing.
Tesla wants to go lower maybe on this shit. Possible.
I think back to a time when my grandfather in the early 90s gave us a stock at Christmas. And so here we were, and my grandfather is a small business owner. He had a hardware store that was my great-grandfather's that had been passed down, and he and my father were building a boat dealership together. And so as a small business owner in a more rural part of the state, in a small town, you kind of sort of think that markets are out of reach for you. When we opened that up, every grandchild, and we finally had ownership in something that was bigger than ourselves, and we would watch it every single year. When we're thinking about these accounts, Joe, this is about access, this is about education, and this is about opportunity. And in one, with one delivery of this, you give a child all of those things. I know for me, it created an interest in that in a way that I would not have had otherwise. It also a pride of ownership. And so you think about parents all across the country that are looking at these accounts and thinking, what can my child do with this? How is this going to help them achieve? And then the educational process that comes with that access and the ultimate opportunity is going to change lives forever.
That's right. I mean, you know, as a policymaker,
maybe going higher here too. Look, it's coming in. It's coming back in bullish. So I guess this is the most important here too.
Part of the pro-family party. Can you speak more about those initiatives or other things that you're involved in?
Yeah, look, there is no doubt that under President Trump's leadership, the Republican Party has become the party of families. We have become the party of parents. We've become the party of hard-working Americans. And so to get to be a part of delivering on that has really been incredible. The Working Families Tax Cut, as mentioned by the speaker, have so many things in here for hardworking Americans.
It's like burning
people,
all these bears too, but then it's
allowing
like
them to keep more of their hard-earned dollars.
this is not much. This is fucking terrible. Cycles are not bullish and bearish. It's showing both.
One of the other things that
no direction, no momentum,
the Working Families Tax Cut was actually addressing the affordability and accessibility of child care.
Shit happening.
So it doesn't matter if you're talking to our largest manufacturers or our smallest business on
That's
a main
what the candles
street
are saying.
in
Look
a
at the volume
community
too.
in
The volume's
Alabama.
not really coming.
They
It's just
tell
being
you
patient
being
as
able to
hell,
recruit and
just
retain a
waiting for something.
workforce is one of the things that they deal with.
I'm
and
thinking
one of
about
the
what to go
issues that
eat
they
now.
have with
What should I
that
go eat?
is affordability and
What's a good thing to go eat for
childcare.
lunch, man?
We know that there are a lot
I'm
of people
feeling
that want to
today good.
re-engage in the workforce,
Feeling
and if you
today
want
good.
to do that, I want you to have that opportunity
I'm
to
fucking
help us
starving.
as we build back America.
I never eat.
And we want to make sure that that impediment, we want people to be able to have more children and do more things, that an impediment of affordability or accessibility, that we help knock that down. And so in this, the tax code was actually updated for the first time since 1986 when it came to decap. So when Ronald Reagan was the president. So went from 5,000 to 7,500 that parents will be able to have there. And then we updated the CDCTC for the first time since 2001. So an additional $900 for people who utilize that. All of this is real money for parents who are trying to create this pathway for their children. And then we also created an additional 45F, an additional dollars there, moved that to $500,000, really creating an opportunity for businesses to be a part of this solution. We know that just like in line with the Trump accounts, it's going to take everybody doing everything. So whether that's a voucher program or an on-site facility, and then also small businesses for the first time can take part in that as well. So this is transformative because we've heard people talk about affordability of childcare for years. President Trump at this administration and
what a
the
channel
Republican
chop. I don't even
Senate
want
and
to draw
House
it, but
actually
what a
did something
channel
about
chop.
it. So
There's a new
we're
channel
excited
chop.
for people to actually get to make use of that as well. A lot of good things coming.
Throw it as hard as you want. Go on. Watching it zip away feels like it might just keep going, right? Nope. Here it comes. This thing's a total game changer. Throw it across the park.
Well, thank you so much for all you're doing. Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Britt.
Let's do our last poll of the day, guys. Right? This is our last poll of the day. Is this shit bullish or is this shit bearish? Okay. Please, if you want to participate, type in chat.
I'm Derek Tyre.
This is bullish. This is
I joined
bearish.
the Treasury Department in January
this
on the
is
Secretary's
sideways.
team, and now
Say that too
I'm
if you
performing the duties of Deputy Secretary.
Chipotle, someone said,
Privileged
yeah,
last year
I
to
mean,
work
but
for
I
Speaker
had that
Johnson,
shit
so
so
it's a special
much, and it's
moment
like,
for me to be in the room with
kind of gets old.
the Speaker, with the Secretary. These are our two leaders fit for the time. These are the best possible people for these roles. And the first 6 months of the year that we spent working on the one big beautiful bill, getting that in place by July, and getting these important tax cuts for families was experience of a lifetime.
No, the candle
Thank you,
already
Senator
came
Britt,
in,
for
so
being here and for your leadership on pro-growth and pro-family tax policy. We also want to mention the absence of Caroline Leavitt, the President's dynamic press secretary, who is traveling with the President, but we are in full partnership with the White House on Trump accounts. Successful implementation of Trump accounts is driven by close coordination between Treasury and the IRS. Even before these historic tax cuts were signed, we established working groups across Treasury and IRS to develop guidance and to work on implementation, systems upgrades.
I don't know, it's sideways
so these provisions would be effective as soon as possible in 2026.
If two people voting bullish, one people voting bearish,
next year,
two people
Secretary
voting
Bessent,
chop.
in his capacity, he has
Mike
many
says
jobs.
bearish.
In his capacity
Chell
as
says
acting
sideways.
IRS commissioner,
Okay, so
he
chop.
called on
I
SSA
agree.
Administrator
Well,
Frank
that's what I'm
Vignano
thinking.
to assist Frank is the first.
This is a pull into 4 p.m. So I guess a lot of things could happen into 4
I've
p.m.
been fortunate to have the chance.
It could revert. They could go to VWAP. They could do everything.
Extensive experience leading large organizations.
Just 4 p.m. and then into tomorrow.
Upgrade and modernization of complex financial systems. These are an invaluable asset to the IRS and to the American taxpayer. With Secretary Bessent and Frank Bisignano at the helm, we truly have world-class leadership that our tax admin system has so desperately needed.
Lord.
Concurrent with major IRS upgrades and IT
modernization, on that shit would have been crazy bad too, because of the MACD curling up now, so balancing cycling before they do anything.
Rollout during 2026. So it's my honor to welcome Frank Bisignano, CEO of the IRS.
Oh Lord, the IRS boss. Anyone knew it, the IRS had a boss. CEO of IRS.
Thank you, Derek. And thank you for all you do, providing the leadership that you do across the organization. I'm delighted to be here today on this momentous occasion with the outstanding leadership that you've seen come before me. Speaker Johnson, Senator Britt.
Did you guys know there was a CEO of IRS? I thought it was like a department head.
In the digital transformation of government. Joe Gebbia, who's an outstanding
Alright, 7 people are saying bullish. I am bearish. I am.
Taking what he did
4 people are saying bearish. I am. 7 people are saying bullish. I am. And 4 people are saying chop.
The U.S. government.
Time is 1 p.m. So 3 hours into market close. That's a lot of time.
I am so fortunate.
See what happens.
To have the opportunity to work with a friend.
Staying at the bottom of the area of conflict box. That's what it is. We went from the top today. Right? Market open and pre-market. Went from the top to the bottom. Actually, remember this shit, bro. This is higher time frame setup. Smart money deducting. Deduction shit happens. So remember this shit for the future, bro. Holy fuck.
For allowing me the opportunity and trusting me to be the first CEO of the IRS, and with his leadership and Treasury Secretary Bessent's, we will be unparalleled.
Don't ever forget that picture, bro.
It is an honor for me to lead this great organization,
I would actually save that and make that shit into like a fucking desktop profile picture so you can memorize that shit. That's unbelievable.
Our teams
oh my gosh, they ripped it from the top to the bottom. These people are
Secretary
unbelievable.
of the Treasury
Market is so powerful.
Commissioner Bessent.
These people are like, wow.
For transforming
look at that, dude.
IRS.
From the top
As
to
CEO,
all the way to the bottom.
I am committed to ensuring the IRS sharpens its focus on 3 priorities.
Oh, Lord.
First, enhancing customer service. We will serve the American public in a manner they never were before.
It's like this shit, the purple box from the top to the bottom, from the bottom to the top, but like seeing it happen intraday.
The largest revenue pool in the world, and we will perform better on that.
Medline jumps 20% in debut in the biggest IPO of 2025. Gotta go look.
Related to our broader efforts to make the IRS work better and more efficiently for the American people, we're laser focused on implementing the one big, beautiful bill. There's no words that can be said better
NBC said that, but
there's
no data. Once I look up
As
the charts.
part of that, I am delighted to be here today to talk about one of the most
QQQ is evaluating the bottom of the downward trend line that we were.
Historic piece of
QQQ went from tippity top to the bottom too,
Trump
just like SPY.
As you have heard from
IWM lost the purple box today and never looked back. Never looked back as in where. New LOD, new low.
This administration.
Now saying
and it is truly
I'm going to draw cycles over cycles.
Work at the direction of President Trump on this initiative. The best way for me to describe the goal of Trump accounts is to use the president's own words.
1/3, 2/3, 3/3 from yesterday.
This is a pro-family initiative
at 3:15
that will help
p.m.
millions of Americans harness the strength of our
see what happens
economy
into market close here.
To lift up the next
IWM is
generation
algo
and
ranging at the
generations
floor.
to follow.
Liquidity is being built.
Trump
I don't
accounts
know.
are going to unlock the American dream and President Trump's golden age economy for an entire generation.
All right.
I am proud to say the IRS, in coordination with Treasury, has been hard at work developing the guidance needed to ensure that eligible families can take advantage of Trump accounts. Earlier this month, we issued a notice
it was a beautiful day today,
some
folks.
initial
Hopefully,
information,
we
and
see
we
a lot
are
of you
still
guys tomorrow.
regulations
Tomorrow is
that will give
CPI
more
day,
detailed
a bigger day than
guidance
today.
to families soon.
Yeah, tomorrow will be amazing. There will be 8:30 in the morning algo range that comes in the pre-market. That will be a huge factor into the day.
Mark that down. The form people will need
see a lot of you guys tomorrow
when they open a Trump account for an eligible child.
Head out early,
a draft of that form is available on irs.gov.
Video and channel.
We're focused on making it as easy as possible for those who are eligible to open an account or contribute.
Liquid and food.
The rollout
I need to.
of the official
I think I'm gonna go get some halal food or something. I'm starving, man.
Great job, Joe.
I am a very international food enjoyer.
With fulsome FAQs,
maybe some pasta.
Will
I don't know.
Help streamline.
I was thinking about Popeyes too, but I don't know. I need something good.
More
I need something good in my stomach. So.
Gov
At least $20, $15 worth of somewhere.
Please expect
I'm gonna go get
information and guidance from
hopefully you guys all eat good. Take care of yourself good too.
Between now and January 5th. 2026.
What a day!
When Trump accounts.
What a week!
Officially launched.
This week was.
Once again,
what a week! This is the last 5 days.
I want to thank Treasury
what
leadership for the opportunity to be here today.
We were at 600.
As IRS CEO,
25. We were at 630, 625. We went 630, 617, 625, and then we went to 612, and then we went to 610, and now we're at 605.
For the
so
benefit of working families throughout America.
Stop using poison to get rid of mice and rats. This simple but brilliant invention eradicates pests.
It's my pleasure now to turn it over to the fabulous Treasury Secretary and outstanding leader, Scott Bessent. Thank you.
There's like 40 people that can still hit the like button. Make sure we hit the like button.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us this morning. We wanted to provide some of the reporters in the room with an opportunity to ask some questions.
Thank
As you
you
can
guys.
see, we've brought up the full team to explain the intricacies of the rollout today and Trump accounts. So first, Nick Gilbertson with Breitbart.
Yeah, Mr. Secretary, a question for you. Can you explain the importance of fostering financial literacy among the next generation of America?
Yes, financial literacy has long been one of my passions, dating back for more than a decade when I was in the private sector. And I believe, I grew up in a small town in South Carolina, in Little River, South Carolina. We didn't know anything about Wall Street. We just knew something bad happened in 1929. And I think the idea of financial literacy, knowing how to manage your money, how to manage your finances is something that's gotten lost.
That is so strong. This little skin-colored trend line.
Whether it's children.
I love this color.
20-somethings,
I don't know about you guys, but I
many
love
adults.
this color.
And
I
think
what the
that
market
this is going to provide. As I said earlier,
it's not so easy, but I mean, it has been so helpful
to check your account every day is going to re-engage Americans in this. We're going to reach out. Many banks, as part of their Community Reinvestment Act educations, we're going to reach out to all the banks to give seminars. So I think that this really is going to be transformative for the American
if they go lower off this at
making
110,
them much better
this is an
consumers
abnormal
of
cycle
financial
to just
products
go straight lower
and
from 110 to
understanding how
115.
they
But
can optimize
I highly doubt
their
it, but I
financial
mean,
health.
they could do it off of Tesla too.
Ed
Tesla
Lawrence
started
with Fox
rejecting
Business.
at 107 here at the first minute of the 110 candle.
Thank you. And again, I think for you, Mr.
SPY wants to
Secretary,
go.
kids can access these accounts at 18 years old. So what's to stop an inflation push 18 years from now?
Push
Kids
the
just
top of
clean
the
out
top
the accounts
again at 110.
and start
This
spending.
is possible.
Also,
110
if I could,
pushing lower into
economic
115.
poll numbers have been slipping for the president.
So
What
bearish,
do you
they
know
could just
that maybe Americans aren't seeing?
So, a couple of
here.
things. I'm optimistic that many the 18-year-olds will roll them into retirement accounts, so that there will be that. And again, I would expect that a large amount of this could be used towards, as I said earlier, to begin the American dream, and it's going to be staggered. So it's going to be staggered, and it will be
pushing lower.
for home
volume
purchase,
going lower.
for
Time
an
is
auto purchase,
1:15
for
and 40
education.
seconds here.
I don't think education.
They're really pushing lower here off of 110 to 115.
So, and I am very optimistic about 2026.
Maybe flipping here.
Wearing my other hat as the acting IRS commissioner, I could see what has happened with President meeting his campaign promises and no tax on tips.
This is the 33rd
overtime,
already.
Social Security, deductibility of
Small cycles are happening right here.
Because the One Big Beautiful
MACD
Bill
volumes
was
being
passed on
used
July
like nothing.
4th, it was
1/3,
retroactive to the beginning of the
2/3,
year.
3/3 from
Americans have not
12:45
changed
to
their withholding.
110.
So
Look, time is
my
1:15 now.
estimate,
No,
and
time is
I do
1:15
have
in 1
inside
second.
information that we could see
Now
between
this is
100 and
1:15.
150
This is
billion
1/3, 2/3,
of
3/3
refunds
going lower from
primarily
110 to
to
115,
working
5
families. Those families, those individuals will change their withholding, so they'll actually get a bump up in their take-home pay.
Cycle inside a cycle happening
We'll see
super
substantial
fast.
refunds,
Happening.
bumps up in the take-home pay. We've seen 15% CapEx growth this year. Historically, CapEx growth translates into job growth. And I think as I said, I think 2 days ago, we have spent 2025 setting the table, and now it's time for the banquet.
Eleanor Mueller, Semaphore.
Trying. 475, not flying.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for having this event. There's been a lot of debate on the Hill this week over whether or not another reconciliation package is feasible for the Republican Party. Do you see a path
I'm just in
forward
475
this Congress,
now.
and if so, what would you prioritize for its inclusion?
Yeah, I think we're going to stick to the accounts today.
Okay. I don't even think I'm going to do shit into this Friday
James
anymore.
Bleedy,
I'm going to watch this Friday too close now.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The president in late November said that he knew who his pick was for Fed chair, but since he has continued to interview other candidates, there has been some concern in financial markets and among investors about the credibility of Kevin Hassett, the front runner to do the job. Do you share those concerns, and is the president
IWM is going lower here too.
Well?
Time is 1:15.
We're trying to keep this on Trump accounts. I think any concern on
330 is
Director
extending.
Hassett is absurd.
1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Now this is the 3/3.
Qualified PhD economist.
I said this in the WhatsApp group at 112, 10, 10 to 10:15. Bearish. This is possible.
Along with
the
others,
cycle
would make
bearish
a
already.
very good
they
Fed
are
chair.
gone.
And maybe he was referring to I was his pick, but
that
I
was 3
unavailable.
minutes ago. Now we'll see.
Eamon Javers with CNBC.
Let's see.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. On the Trump accounts, real quick, you mentioned Ray Dalio's contribution here. Do you have an estimated dollar amount for what that will amount to over time?
We don't yet. My guess, Ray and Barbara Dalio's, I think it'll be about $100 million for the state of Connecticut is my guess, but I haven't seen the exact numbers.
And on tariffs, if I could, obviously some of your key tariffs this year are being challenged at the Supreme Court. Is the Treasury Department prepared to commit to American companies that paid those tariffs this year that they will get refunds if Treasury loses at court?
On SPY, IWM.
First of all, Eamon, it won't be Treasury losing, it will be the American people losing. And this is a national security issue, and I think we're going to wait and see. my guess is the Supreme Court ruling, whichever way it goes, will be extremely nuanced.
And Christian Daytalk.
Thank you, everyone, for doing this event. Christian Daytalk with the Washington Examiner. Just for your record, Mr. Secretary, Ray Dalio tweeted he will be contributing around $75 million. Going to go pumping for more money. Is that too low?
They're about to go break out low D. Looks like, oh my God, crazy day.
I read Bridgewater's having a good year, so
I don't know. It's looking crazy bearish now. Look at the MACD volume going straight up there.
Administration considering a push from
look at how it's extending crazy to 3/3. It's going crazy. Like what the shit?
Who won't be able to maximize their own.
That's a literal
contributions.
$2 drop.
I find it rich that
$2 drop in 5
lawmakers
minutes.
who had the trifecta never did this. So why don't they let us get them up and running? We got 4 years.
Wow.
And then
we'll 3/3 and set up. Tesla.
Well, thank you everyone for joining us here today. We really appreciate everyone hanging out, and thank you for all of our speakers. Have a nice day.
Beautiful. Beautiful, 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 beautiful lady. Wow. Thank you, Scott.
Stock is set to begin trading on the NASDAQ later today under MDLN. This all as 26 looks to set another strong year for the IPO market with buzz surrounding SpaceX, OpenAI, and other likely contenders to go public in the new year. Joining us this morning at Post 9 to talk about all of that and more is Barclays Global Head of Tech Investment Banking, Kristen Roth-de-Clark. Welcome, Kristen. Good to have you back.
Thank you. Great to see you.
Some of the year-on-year comps are pretty good for 25, either number of deals or certainly proceeds raised, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We saw a meaningful increase in tech IPO volume, 25 over 2024. The backlog we have going into 2026 is the largest backlog we've seen in over 4 years, and growing.
So you think that early part of the year, next year, will be more active than usual?
Yeah, and actually, because of the government shutdown this year, a number of companies that were poised to come public towards the end of the year have waited. And January and February should be busier months than typical. Usually the IPO window really starts to pick up in February, end of February, March, April, because you're waiting for full year financials. This year, we're going to see a lot more volume, I think, in January.
Just looking at today's IPO, Medline, and their questions about what sponsors are going to do, how much of it is private equity backed?
Yes, I would say half of our backlog right now is our private equity-backed deals, and so it's a mix of venture-backed and private equity-backed.
This is something
I think the beginning of the year is going to be dominated by companies in the around $10 billion market cap area. One of the other trends we'll see is larger deal sizes. Liquidity is so important to investors right now, so the minimum deal size to kind of get every single tech IPO buyer engaged used to be $250, $300 million. Now it's more like $500 million. Doesn't mean we won't see some $300 million, $200 million tech IPOs, but you may not get the full audience of investors because of the importance of liquidity.
When do we get the big ones? The OpenAI, SpaceX, the more, a few $100 billion IPOs.
Yeah, so I think end of 2026 going into 2027, we could start to see $100 billion market cap companies start to come public. That means $20 billion plus deal sizes, most likely. And the biggest question I'm getting from CEOs that are not in that category, thinking about 26 as a window, is there going to be an air pocket caused by these companies coming public? Is there an oversaturation situation? And the short answer to that is no. The anchors that are going to, the institutions that are going to anchor those large deals, many of them already have positions in the companies privately, are planning for the IPO. We've also had, there's a lot of dry powder built up over the last 4 years for tech IPOs, and so there's appetite coming into the year for the $10-ish billion market cap companies.
So what do you tell when they come to you and say, what's the environment going to be next year? Obviously, you guys think it's ripe. Why is that? Is it regulatory? Is it Fed cuts?
It's honestly, it's performance of a lot of these businesses, and so there's more confidence in projections, I think, for a lot of the CEOs because they've scaled longer. They've scaled privately. They're more mature companies. They have a track record of execution, and so they're coming to a market at a time when they have more confidence in the forward.
If you live in a New Jersey zip code and have 0 DUIs
if you live in a
Speaking of AI today, a possible deal between OpenAI and Amazon might be valued north of $10 billion. For that, we'll turn to Mackenzie Sagalos. Morning, Mac.
Hey, good morning, Carl. This would be a big upgrade in the Amazon-OpenAI relationship. We're talking about both a huge investment plus a path for AWS to land OpenAI as a flagship Trainium customer, which is a real optics win for Amazon's Nvidia alternative. Now, as for what I'm hearing from a source close to the discussions, Amazon is looking at an equity stake of at least $10 billion in OpenAI, though the specifics are still fluid and not finalized. That would exceed the amount of capital Amazon has committed to Anthropic. This would also put OpenAI's valuation somewhere above $500 billion and below $1 trillion. But really, the bigger signal here is what it says about OpenAI's new freedom to partner across the ecosystem after its corporate restructure and a reset of key commercial terms with Microsoft. Now, those same discussions with Amazon include OpenAI potentially using their Trainium chips, which is a big win for AWS as it tries to build a real market for its in-house silicon that still has something to prove on performance. AWS just rolled out 2 new Trainium generations, pitching them as a cheaper option for AI workloads. And if that piece comes together, it turns this investment into a chips for equity story. OpenAI just last month signed a $38 billion deal with AWS Cloud with room to expand. And OpenAI is looking for places to shave costs as its compute bill balloons. So Trainium undercutting Nvidia on price is a major incentive here. This is also the big tech proxy war playing out in real time. Microsoft and Google have been getting closer to Anthropic, and now Amazon is leaning harder into OpenAI. Guys?
I guess
OpenAI.
On the chip dominance, does it affect Nvidia in terms of market share? It's just there's enough to go around
their
here.
flag on Tesla.
Well, what's fascinating is that up until this point, OpenAI has exclusively used Nvidia models, whether it was using them through a relationship with Google Cloud or even the Amazon deal that it struck last month. So this is a very notable departure from their, from their strategy to this point. They're going to be using Trainium potentially for the first time, and that's in part because they undercut Nvidia's models by up to 40%. That's something that Amazon CEO Andy Jassy has been very vocal about in terms of talking about their, competitive advantage against rivals. You've also seen OpenAI lean into relationships with AMD to use their Instinct series over multiple generations, and then that $10 billion deal with Broadcom to build its own chips, really taking, taking a page out of the Google playbook to own that entire vertical stack.
It is interesting. For so long, I feel, Mac, we kept saying one man's margin is another man's opportunity. When would they start to chip away at the Nvidia model? And then you look back and in a very short period of time, Google TPUs, AMD to your point, and now Amazon, and you say there it happened.
And that's the thing that I'm looking out for, because OpenAI also has this relationship with Google Cloud that they struck this spring, and Google's in-house silicon, the TPU, it has a fantastic reputation on the street in terms of these in-house silicon programs. And so I would expect that if OpenAI is looking to save on costs, they've committed $1.4 trillion to compute. The best way to save money is through chip strategy. So that would be the next thing that I'm waiting for, whether or not OpenAI decides to use TPUs as part of that Google Cloud arrangement.
Mac, thank you.
OpenAI. What is this? First Lady honors. Just waiting. today's earnings report. Something moving Tesla for sure. Wow. Something leading Tesla crazy for sure. This was the news yesterday. Nvidia bearish traction 1 day ago. Man, did they do that thing dirty as hell. This is 1 day ago on Bitcoin.
Sid Painter is with us, co-founder, COO of Botanics Lab. Thank you so much for being with us. So much talk about crypto. I'll get into some of the details. What are you thinking here? I mean, is Bitcoin, stablecoin, all things crypto?
She's got a
Does
very
it feel real? Is it here
face.
to stay in the evolution where we are?
I think the recap of this year and the headlines are Bitcoin and stablecoins indeed. So Bitcoin has obviously emerged and become this risk-off asset for a lot of institutions and even governments to consider. And it is going to stay despite the short-term turbulence we're seeing both in the crypto market as well as all of the broad markets. And with stablecoins, with the passage of the Genius Act that we saw, I think it's going to be here to stay. I mean, it's about $300 billion this year. We're expecting it to go to about $1 trillion next year. And that's a market that's going to keep increasing and expanding. And we're really excited about the movement both on Bitcoin as well as
stablecoins. What about
Qdoba?
Does Bitcoin become a preferred trade over something else? And if so, what?
Yes, so we're already seeing this shift at Botanics with how companies, institutions, and governments start thinking about their digital asset strategy. So there's been a rotation from other cryptocurrencies or altcoins into Bitcoin, and that dominance within Bitcoin has continued to increase, especially over the past year. And that is the predominant thing that we're seeing. We're also seeing a lot of institutional ETF inflows continue to increase. From other segments of the market. And so, yes, that the headline is that Bitcoin is here to stay despite the short-term turbulence. And that we were now going to be looking for more yield opportunities on that underlying Bitcoin. And I think that's really key, is that it needs to be financialized more, and there needs to be more to do with the actual Bitcoin. And that is, I think, is going to drive a lot of the crypto adoption and Bitcoin adoption over the next year, is the ability to earn yield on your Bitcoin and all your stable coins.
You talked about the adoption in corporate Bitcoin holdings. For example, you said a 300% increase. I think it was from 2020 to 2024. Are folks thinking Bitcoin goes to what levels? I mean, it's at 90,000.
I think I'm getting Qdoba.
What's the goal here? Where do people think is a base case for Bitcoin and maybe a bull case?
think the base case that most of these governments and institutions are working with is something like 100K Bitcoin. In terms of how and when we will achieve there, it could be next week, next month, next year, but the expectation, of course, is for it to continue increasing. And the really unique thing about Bitcoin is that it's programmatically scarce, unlike any other asset in the world, and inherently deflationary, which is what will maintain its value. And I think that's quite powerful, and that's what is going to enable it to continue to be this force in the global monetary system going forward.
Yeah, because I hear 100,000, 200,000 million. Do those sound doable?
You want to go visit?
For me, yes. I think Bitcoin is going to go to the moon, but I've also been in Bitcoin for quite a while and see it grow from a few dollars. So yes, I think that it is going to continue to grow, but with that growth in price, we also need to see a corresponding increase in adoption and utility, and that's where the financialization piece becomes really important. As much as people want to just hold on to their Bitcoin, you also need to use it because that is how Bitcoin, the protocol, works, and that is something that we're going to see renewed focus on.
And what about stablecoin? I know you think stablecoin has a big run too, and how do people get involved with that? Because you said it's on track to become $1 trillion market by next year.
Absolutely. I think the biggest dynamic shift we're going to see with stablecoins is a shift from the treasury-backed stablecoins to yield-bearing stablecoins. So with any sort of large asset class, you want to put that asset to work. You want it to produce yield, and you want it to do more for you. And we're already starting to see that within the stablecoin industry. There are large yield-bearing stablecoins like Athena already out there that allow yield on that underlying collateral. And so we're going to see that segment of the market continue to increase. And at Botanics, what we're really excited about is the possibility of using Bitcoin back.
Look at Tesla. Look at Tesla. CPI tomorrow, folks. President Trump is speaking today at 9 p.m. So see how that goes.
If you guys want the best way to transform your concrete and save $600 doing it,
it's probably sticky here, close to 3%, and that pretty much brings GDP, real GDP, nominal GDP, of course, up. And we're seeing a CapEx boom that's actually filtering through to GDP growth. We're seeing solid consumer spending still. Is there a K-shaped economy? For sure. But, you know, that's sort of the norm we've seen this year. That's going to continue into next year. There's inflation that's still biting at consumer spending. But we heard today from the labor market that there's still an okay picture on the labor front. It's softening, but, you know, it's nothing too dire.
Not crashing. So if that's the backdrop, what's the base case for the Fed next year? How many cuts?
We think the Fed can cut in the later half of next year, maybe 2 cuts, right? So I think we see that on the back of the green flag today was that there's still a labor market that's weakening. And again, there's still that sticky inflation, but I think that the Fed is over-indexing to the labor side of their dual mandate.
So if that's the backdrop, this means then what for earnings growth? You must be relatively positive next year.
Right, so a nominal growth that's healthy, that means that profit growth can also be healthy. So we're seeing profit growth of like 14% next year. That's pretty good. I think most of the street's looking for a number around there. That's consensus.
And is that, Lauren, when you call for 14% growth, is that going to be broad? Is that concentrated?
That's the big question, right? Yeah. We've been calling for a broadening now for some time on the basis that Mag 7, there'd be a deceleration from their earnings and then an acceleration from the 493. I think we could actually get that, right? And we've been seeing a bit of a rotation here in the later half of this year, like November on, right? That's been, I think, a little bit more sustainable. And we could see that going into next year, continuation of that, based on the fact that those earnings could actually catch up a bit.
What about the AI story? Here's a stat. Survey from Bank of America, money managers. This stood out to me. Investors' concerns about an AI bubble retreated slightly, they say, from 45% to 38%, though they point out remain the #1 biggest tail risk. How do you think through that?
It's interesting, Josh. I hear from our clients actually that based on the fact that some of the froth has come out of that story, it actually feels almost investable here again.
Yeah.
So I think that that's a good thing, right? You're seeing that tech trade at a slightly lower valuation. Okay, that feels healthy. So maybe some of this recent market action is a good thing, right? And the bubble concerns, I think they're a little bit overblown. Still, that fundamentals are tracking well in those names. And so I'm not too concerned about that going into next year.
How do you even, when we talk about bubbles, Lauren, you're talking to your clients about that, how do you even define the bubble?
It's a good point. So I always say, even if it is a bubble, maybe it doesn't have to deflate by 20 to 40%, right? Everyone automatically thinks of like .com. But it doesn't need to be that dire, right? Some of these prices have run up, but again, they're not totally divorced from fundamentals.
What are the sectors? So in 2026, given your views, your clients ask you, where do I want to be overweight? What do you tell them?
Yeah, I think we need to think about bolt-ons next year for some of our portfolio.
Bolt-ons.
Bolt-ons in the sense of like, it's about US tech, but it's also about China AI tech, right? I think that there's a significant story that's sort of percolating over there. That also means you don't just have to own chip makers here in the US. It could be a utility story, right? There's still a power story to sort of follow along. So utilities, and that also, we think also benefits industrial stocks just based on the fact that there's obviously a huge industrial build out. It might be digital, but it's actually more physical, right? So we want to think about some names along those lines. Yeah.
Are there sectors you're less enthusiastic about next year?
Energy, based on the prior segment that you had. I think for a lot of good reasons. It's a slow story of oversupply, right? And I wouldn't get too defensive. No one's really calling for a recession next year.
If you're broadly positive on the macro, you think a couple more cuts are coming. Does that mean you stay constructive on small caps?
Yeah, so small caps have a lot of good things happening for them. Right now, it's still a solid growth picture, which small caps need. On top of that, you have Fed rate cuts, like relief's on the way. So they have an earnings inflection as of last quarter, right? They finally escaped that earnings recession. So that's been hugely positive for small caps. And so, they get tossed around a bit, right? But I think small caps could do well next year, particularly as another bolt-on.
Let me get you out on this, Lauren. When you're talking to those very smart clients of yours, is there like a theme of their chief worries for next year?
Actually, I'm hearing a lot on the K-shaped consumer. That's actually significant to a lot of folks.
What's interesting, Lauren, our entire adult lives, okay, I feel like I have been told about a K-shaped economy. So is the idea that it's just getting more K-shaped? Is that why we're focused on it?
So it's definitely getting more K-shaped, right? And I think affordability. I'm going to think about a midterm election year next year. So yeah, I mean, there are certain cities where I hear it a lot from clients actually, and it's almost a good thing. It's sobering.
It's sobering. Lauren, thank you as always for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Josh.
All right, let's get a check now of the day's trading with Yahoo Finance's Jared Blickery. Jared.
Josh, we had a mixed market today and kind of the reverse from yesterday. Dow was lagging today while the NASDAQ was in the green. And let's take a look at the chart of the intraday for the Dow. You can see it was in the green just ever so slightly around the open, but for the most part in the red. Closed off of the lows there, down 300 points or.
Shit is old news. I think, yeah, it's very old news. So. Crazy ass red candle coming. Like a Tesla going now. 471. Breaking the downward trend line. Flipping the gray line. Holy shit. Wow, look at this shit on Tesla now. Oh my god. My 475 puts into next Friday going crazy now. Back crazy now. Wow. Hell yeah. We went from 490 to 470 today on Tesla. Absolute. Wow. I'm at 4.7K on Tesla. 475 now. to next Friday. Waited like 2 fucking days for this shit getting squeezed 1,000 or 2. 1.2, and now I am up. Crazy work. New LOD. Divergence has cleared. I said when the divergence created that all medium-term, long-term calls are in danger, right? And this is what the market does. Clear the divergence and destroy it all. Wind direction is south here. Holy crap. Hey. My SPX from morning, man. Wow. Alright, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I love you all. Wet kisses. Wet kisses. I'm staying in Tesla still. I don't know when the fuck. I'm thinking 468 if they do today. 467 I'm gonna leave because that'll be like maybe 5%, something 6%. So I don't know. Tesla is down 4% now. Tesla is minus 3.97% now. They might go more. Minus 3.97% is crazy. That is crazy. They might go more if they're fucking insane today, but wow. That's wild. Did they really do more than 4% today on Tesla? Why do I see the bottom of the price? Oh my god. 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 Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, I'm out. $5,025. I'm up 1K on it. I got squeezed yesterday on that shit. Oh my god. I'm done. I'm done for the day. I'm done. Wow, Tesla, what the fuck? 4.25%. Tesla, 4.25%. Man, I said in the WhatsApp group literally fucking 3 minutes ago, Tesla's at 4%. Tesla is now at 4.25%. I'm done for the day. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Tesla down from 490 to 468 today, bro. That's like fucking $12 fucking dollars. Oh my god. 90, 80, 70. That's what the fuck? That's $22. I'm brain. $22. Oh my god, that's $22. Oh my god. Wow, 4.3%. Tesla down 4.3%. Let's fucking go. Oh my god. All things super down today. Wow. Alright, guys. Bye-bye. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye. Oh